All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for showing up yet again for another Commercial Energy Code meeting. A lot of work so far, and we have a lot to cover today. So the first thing we're going to cover after we look at the agenda is 279, and we're going to spend about 90 minutes, perhaps slightly longer than that, but I'm going to limit discussion on that. 279 is a big one, and I'm going to give a brief intro, and then Greg and Johnny are each going to give an intro on theirs. And then Gary also has a version of 279, but based on what we do with the other versions of 279, he might defer to those versions. So yeah, let's get started. Let's see who's here.
Okay, Chell Anderson.
I am here.
Margaret Montgomery. Margaret, are you there? Marty Brennan. I don't see Marty on the list either. Kim Barker. Todd Blevins. So we're not doing good so far. Dwayne Johnlin. No Dwayne. Ray Allshouse.
Here, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yep.
Eric Bedell. Nick Massey. Sean Vig.
Here.
Kevin Roberts.
Here.
Greg Johnson.
Present. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah. Nathan Miller.
Here. I may need to step away for an hour at 10 a.m. and unfortunately my alternate is not available at that time either.
Okay. Prem Kumar Siddharth. Irina Respetness indicated she was not available today. Kevin Duell. Ian Casey.
Here.
Poppy Storm.
Here.
Shailesh Desai.
Here. Present.
Larry Andrews.
Present.
Eric Olnon.
Present.
Lisa Rosenau.
Present.
Rick Blumenthal indicated he was not available today. Irina Cesarova.
Present. I might need to step away at 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
Okay. Andy Burnham.
Here.
Sloan Ritchie.
Here.
Brett Conway.
Here.
Luke Howard.
Present.
Marcus Verta.
Here.
Kevin Charp.
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre. Deepa Savarajan. Okay, it looks like some of the earlier folks are here. Kim Barker,
Here.
Dwayne Johnson, Dwayne,
Yeah, I wonder if that's Dwayne or not. He didn't have his last name there.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
Dwayne on the list, but maybe not Dwayne J.
okay, well, we do have a quorum.
Okay, all right, thank you for being here. Looks like we're missing a few people and some people have to step out at 10, so we'll get right to it. Does anybody want to make a motion on the agenda?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to accept the agenda with a slight change that we just swapped the order of mine and Johnny. I talked to Johnny and he was okay with that in advance.
Sure, we have a motion to approve the agenda with a flipping of the first two.
Second,
Or a second? All in favor, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, we have an agenda. Gary,
Yeah, thanks, Jill. I didn't know, I know that, we emailed back and forth on my 182. I didn't know if you wanted to deal with that now while you're approving the agenda or wait until we get down there.
yeah, let's see, what did you say in an email? I think
Well, it really, the way it was originally proposed, basically, part of that proposal, was also to strike the C-406 in the Washington State Energy Code and replace it with the C-406 from the IECC. And therefore, my proposal following that for adding gas heat pumps was formatted based on the IECC. And I was thinking for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't think there was any interest or appetite for changing to the IECC format for additional credits, and the fact that we don't know yet the outcome of what version of 279 may be adopted today. One way or the other, I think I would need to rework that. So it's really not in a form that we'd just be wasting everybody's time, I think, trying to sift through that today. So I was going to ask for it to be pushed to the next meeting.
okay, why don't we do that when we get to it? Does that sound
Okay,
acceptable?
sounds good to me.
Okay, all right, we have an agenda. Let's look at some minutes from the 28th. All right, does anybody want to make a motion to approve or do something else with this agenda, with this minutes?
Motion to approve.
Thanks.
Second.
Thanks, Marcus. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor of approval of the minutes, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we are on to 279. So I am going to give like a really brief introduction as to where we are. This is going to be limited to 90 minutes. If we really need to, we could go slightly longer, but I'm going to keep my stopwatch going. Greg is going first, then we'll have Johnny. I'll give them each about 10 minutes to talk about the structure of their proposal. The main thing today is that we're having two different structures, and each structure to the proposal has a lot of nuances to it. We'll get into the nuances to some degree, but we should choose a structure. We should probably choose a structure today. And the reason is, based on the discussion in the work group, there's probably a few revisions that need to be made to tighten them up in some ways. But we working on two different structures in the proposal is really challenging for the work group to do. So ideally today we would choose one or the other structures. So my introduction before I get to Greg, the fossil fuel path in the 2021 codes was the best we could come up with in the summer of 2023. It's now in force in Washington as the 2021 codes. The TAG felt that it to be an EPCO compliant pathway, or at least de-risked pathway. It generally worked by requiring the efficiency of heat pumps for space and water heating in the prescriptive code, and then provided a separate pathway based on the efficiency of gas appliances. Since gas appliances are much less efficient in terms of a BTU to BTU basis, the fossil fuel pathway requires more credits. Because fossil fuel equipment is generally less than 100% efficiency, and heat pumps are generally 250% efficient or more. So the proposals for 279 rework the fossil fuel pathway into the main code, primarily using the C406 options table, but because the fossil fuel pathway is in C401.3 and there's heat pump requirements in C403.1, they touch other parts of the code beyond C406. The work group also generally agreed. So I was an observer in the work group. I didn't really provide much input, but I was at a couple of the meetings and reviewed the proposals a couple times just to see how it was going to work with the tag and the timing and that kind of thing. So the work group generally agreed that both proposals are good. And because we call one Johnny and the other Greg doesn't mean that they are at odds or believe that their version is the best version and the only possible version that would work for our code. They're named based on who explored the branches of the tree as it forked out a bit. The work group did an amazing job and we should all thank them. There was Johnny, Greg, Poppy, Mike Kennedy, Dave Reddy, Kevin Duell, Gary, Dwayne Johnlin, and Lisa Rosenow. And if I missed somebody's name, apologies. They did an awesome amount of work. So I want to thank them for that. And then hopefully that intro helps explain overall, and then Greg and Johnny can each explain the structure of their proposals. So are there any questions generally about how we are going to approach this or how we want to approach this? Okay, all right, Greg, you have the floor.
Okay, one thing to real quick on Krista, the coloring, I had the light orange is things that I struck, and then light blue is things that were struck by other proposals. The red was stuff that I changed, and then the dark blue was stuff that was changed by other proposals. So I don't know if I saw you changing some of the colors, but some of the orange to blue, but I don't know if that helps as we get there.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I want to make sure everybody's clear on that. These proposals generally include other proposals that have been passed, the language from those proposals. So if you say, oh, but I did a proposal and it changes this one section that's included in this proposal, it is very likely that that change that the tag has passed has already been picked up in both the Johnny and the Greg version of this. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still some more rectification we probably have to do to verify. And then there's sections that, ironically, when we get to it, you'll see like the C403 and C404 sections. I had actually, I omitted some of those picked up changes in mine, where actually in Johnny's, I actually was the one who picked them up for Johnny on Johnny's version. So ironically, I omitted them just at one, but we have more picking up, but we picked up a lot of the important stuff already. So
thanks, Greg. Larry has his hand up. Is this necessary, Larry, before Greg gets into his
I was
proposal?
just trying to get a clarification of what the colors mean. So
Okay.
orange means that other people have put it in, and
no,
red.
No, orange is what I struck. So if I struck it, it was orange.
Okay.
So red is stuff that I added in. Then
So the red underline is what you added in the orange.
The red
so red
underline is
underline I
Microsoft Word.
added.
The red underline is Microsoft Word doing what it thinks is right.
Yeah. Well, so I struck out orange. So strike out orange was what I struck. Underlined red is what I added. Underlined blue is what was done by other proposals, and I'll have a note in the comments on which proposal it was. And strucken out light blue was other people's strikeouts from other people's proposals.
Okay. Thank you.
And then one thing I'll just add, just to note, I mean, Shell was right on, but this this wasn't competition. Like, you know, I mean, we were not competing on proposals. Like about 2/3 of the way through our work group, we ran into an issue, and we basically had to kind of do some big brainstorming and find out what paths we're going to take because we're running into brick walls. And this is one of the two paths that we were intrigued in. The challenge with this path was it required a big uplift. Like, everyone was really intrigued on this one, but the amount of work required to get there was a lot. And so we didn't know if we could get there in time. And so, so we didn't want to put all our eggs in one bet. And so that's why we were like, we're going to do this in parallel with the other one if we can get there. And also, we had an idea, but until you work through all the details, you don't know how it's going to really work. And so we didn't want to commit to it until we saw it. And so that's why we had two paths, and we divided and conquered. So it's not a competition. It was more just a collaboration. We actually worked on each other's a bit all the way through. So I think it's best to start with page 7. We'll go to page 7 if that's possible. Okay, right there with the table. So essentially what this is trying to do is this is trying to bring it closer to the residential code. So if you look at the residential code where we have tables where you just you have this many credits you have to get, and then you go down and you select from different measures and different categories and get your credits. And so the goal here was, can we make the code much simpler? Yes, the tables would get longer because you're going to have more of the calculations are behind the scenes by P&L in tables, but can we have less calculations, less stuff to weed through? So you'll see a lot of stuff stricken throughout this. So the first thing, we have our credit requirement table. What you'll see is we have some new occupancy groups. Those occupancy group categories that we've added are identical to the IECC ones. And that was done on purpose because we wanted to not create more work for P&L. We wanted to leverage occupancy visions that they already had. But also we had some notes in our code where we say, oh, this credit only applies to A occupancy when we, and so we could get rid of footnotes and a lot of footnotes by adding the occupancies like the S's and the A's. And then, and we could also, there was concerns about not having different credit requirements for the different occupancies. So we could fix a lot of that with not much extra effort. So that was one big change was put in there. So we have one occupancy table. This table for your additional credits would be the same. There wouldn't be no fossil fuel versus heat pump credit tables that differ. So what we would do instead is we would have all the extra credits you need under the heating equipment sections. And so we'd scale it that way. We can accomplish the same thing, but instead of having two requirement tables, we can actually just do it a lot simpler by doing it later on. So I'll have you skip to page, as we'll start going through the credit tables, page 14. And I'll jump around first and then we can go back through. So right here, so essentially the credits are set up in different categories. So you would start with your lighting, and you'd put in how many credits, and we'd have a lot more discrete levels, like 5% reduction over baseline, 10%, blah, blah, blah. These specific levels that we have set could change based on P&L's analysis. So if we find out that we don't really need to go from, we could go in 10% increments, or we could just have a couple increments and have people interpolate. That's something we can handle. I've written in here, which you'll see when we get to it, is interpolation is allowed between points. So
Can I jump in for a second, Greg?
yeah.
I just want to, like, big picture. One of the challenges of the C406 section is interactive effects. And I know this is where Greg is going. So what Greg has done is broken different interactive effect things into different tables and then have calculations for the interactive effects. And what do we mean by interactive effects? We mean if you have more lighting efficiency, that might mean you require less heating. So heating efficiency might get less credit if you, depending upon your lighting. If you have better envelope measures, your heating efficiency will have less of an impact. So the better you do with envelope, the less your heating efficiency matters quite as much. And same with the opposite. The less efficient your heating system, the more envelope matters. So he broke these into different tables, and you'll see, I don't know, like 5 tables or something like that. And then there's math that figures out the interactive effects. And these are all approximates of interactive effects, but that's the intent. Is that correct, Greg?
That is absolutely correct. And then also there's another nuance. There's when you go from 5% to 10%, there's a lot more energy savings a lot of times than when you go from 90% to 95% on things. So it's just like your miles per gallon on your car. If you move, you're using a whole lot less gas when you go from 15 miles per gallon to 17 miles per gallon. And there's a lot less savings when you jump up to from 25 to 30 miles per gallon. So it's the same thing in a building. You get more credits on the low end. So that's, now not everything's like that. Some things are linear, some things are logarithmic, but this allows us to capture that. But I mean, just not to get caught up on, like, if we find out that we want more granularity or less granularity, don't get caught on that. That's something we're going to rely on P&L to actually tell us what the granularity is for the percentage marks. Down below, what Chell was mentioning, the interactive effects, I have in gray a denominator factor. I got feedback late yesterday from P&L that they preferred if I rename this from denominator factor to adjustment factor. And then instead of having this be a whole number that you divide by, make it a fraction that we multiply by. Same difference, easy change to make that we'll get. But at the bottom of the tables, the credits that do have an interaction effect, there'll be a the adjustment factor that will be listed in that category. And that would be when we get to the equation, we'll just multiply. So this just gives us a percentage of this credit would be subtracted off what's available in the heating path. So if you scroll down slightly to the next table and scroll a little more, so you'll see that we have UA factor, total UA improvement, and then air leakage. We have different denominator factors for air leakage and UA. The reason why that was done was based on feedback from P&L. So P&L had said, you know what, there's a different interaction. It'd be easier if we had these separated separately for UA and air leakage. But essentially the same thing. You go down, you see what improvement over baseline you've gotten, and that's for your credits. I should also note, you'll know there's these slashes in the table. And that's up on the title of it. It says Climate Zone 4C/5B. So we'd have 2 values in here. So different values of credits you'd get from Climate Zone 4C and 5B. And that's to address a gap that RCWs require that we consider climate zones in our credits. And we have not been doing that. And so that's to adjust with that gap. We'd have, and the reason why is on the east side of the state, more insulation is going to make a much bigger deal than it is on the west side of the state. And so we need to encourage more insulation on the east side and things like that. So this allows us to capture those type of effects. So if you scroll down to the next table, so the ventilation. So I have a table for ventilation and distribution and efficiency control. There's potential room to maybe, these are just the credits we had. I should probably break these up in more granularity, which I hadn't done yet for fan improvements and efficiencies. And that's something that if we were to pursue with this path, we could add more lines to this table on these credit measures. Then if you go to the space heating one, scroll down. So right here, what we have is we have each system type as a different line and different efficiency improvements on each system type. And so, and this is going to allow us to do mixed system type buildings that we'll deal with, which I'll talk more about when we get into the one equation that we have to deal with. I should note, you'll notice that TSPR is crossed out. The reason why TSPR is crossed out was, several weeks ago, I was struggling to make this work with TSPR. The reason why is because TSPR measures efficiencies, and we were measuring efficiencies. I'm doing basically the same exact thing as TSPR, is measuring the efficiencies of all the equipment. And so I didn't want people to double count TSPR and this and get double credits. With that said, with that struggling, I had called Johnny Coker and was asking him, because I was trying to respect, we'd already chosen to move with TSPR, as respecting the tag's decision. And when I was talking to Johnny, Johnny said he was fine if we made the code simpler and we didn't lose energy efficiency. He was fine if we struck TSPR. And so when I did that, it made it a lot easier. Now, I did get some email from Lisa, and I see her hand up this morning, and she had a suggestion about what if we kept TSPR and then have a footnote that says you can't take it with this or that. I'd be open to considering that. We could go work through that. The challenge might be is we're capturing a lot of your credits for fossil fuel versus other sources in this table. And so I don't want to lose that. So we have a differentiation. One thing that TSPR does better is they address a lot with the fan efficiencies. And I think Mike Kennedy mentioned this. And so there's a look that we need to look through TSPR. And so if we were to proceed, we'll look through that. And I see Lisa and Mike have their hands up, and so I'll let them comment on that.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just real quick. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm testing new microphone. The only thing I wanted to mention is that in the current code, there is an existing footnote A that already says that the TSPR measures cannot be combined with the mechanical efficiency and the cooling efficiency measures. So that's something that is already in the code. And sorry, Greg, my email didn't clarify that that was an existing thing. So if that was decided, then that might take care of some of the overlap you were mentioning, Greg. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mike Rosenberg.
Yeah, along similar lines, I think having TSPR as another option makes a lot of sense. Somebody mentioned fan power, but also economizers, controls, better ERVs. There's all kinds of ways to improve the HVAC system other than just the straight efficiency. So I think it really does make sense to keep TSPR in there. People, for the buildings that it applies to, have to do it anyway, so it's not any extra work. So it just seems like it makes sense with that footnote, definitely, that was discussed.
And we could always do that route. So I'm not no opposition to that. I mean, for the first pass is strict, but we can unstrike it and we could easily do that. So that's a easy thing to do. So if we scroll down a little bit farther, going down to the next. So, well, first, okay, right, stop right there. So notice we have a bunch of different heating types. I also have thermal energy network heating in here. I left it, Corix had some proposals on those. I left those basically as was. I didn't do different levels of efficiency with thermal energy networks. I just left it their current definitions. The reason why was when I was asking questions from Doug Maddox and Mike from PNL, because I talked to Doug on the phone, there is concerns about how do we model the thermal energy network because they vary so much. If you have a grocery store next to a bunch of residential buildings, that gives you a very different performance than if you have just residential buildings with no mix, because then you don't have anyone dumping cooling in. So for simplicity, we figured I'd just keep it the same, and I wouldn't try to do the same granularity of modeling in here because it'd be really hard to do. So then if we scroll down to the next one, the space cooling efficiency measures. So here we have space cooling efficiency measures here, where you get credits. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit, one feedback I got on the well, I'll get to that later. So anyways, you'll see all the different system types there. So then if we keep scrolling again down to the next one. So for water usage, I had a couple factors too. So one for heat recovery on surface water heating, and then also one for water use, reducing your water use. So those similar concept, those would be called adjustment factors instead of denominator, which I had listed in gray, but we're basically doing the same approach on the water usage. You scroll down the next table, 406.7. This one right here. So you'll see we have different heating types. And again, these system types, I know I mentioned it before, but it's the same thing as if we find out that we need another system type I missed, we'd add that in. And if there's the levels of improvement, those are just placeholders, and P&L would help set what the granularity is. And you'll notice that we have the thermal energy network showing up both on surface water heating, cooling, and on heating, because you'll get different factors based on how you're using thermal energy network. Are you using it just for heating? Are you using it just for water space heating, just for water heating, or are you using for, so there'll be credits available in each ability. I see Nathan has his hand up.
I can wait until you're done with your,
Okay.
your description if you want.
So then if we scroll down to the last two tables. So here, renewable energy credits, same credit that we've had in the past. And then we have other efficiency credits that I've grouped in, and these are ones that typically don't have interactive effects, is where we just throw other measures. And then if we skip down to page 22, so here for heating, scroll down a little more. So what you'll notice is in our existing code, we have more than one equation. We had an equation to figure out how many credits did you need for fossil fuel versus heat pump. We also had a credit to figure out what's the, how we did the ratio of for your measures, because we had two measures. We had a fossil fuel credit measure table, and we had a heat pump credit measure table. And so we had to be able to ratio those two amounts of credits you got. So not only did you have an equation to figure out how many credits required, but then you had a ratio for a mixed system of how you deal with what table do you get credits from. And then we had another equation for the HEI efficiency of your equipment. And so we had all these equations. So instead of having multiple equations, I just put all the equations in one for heating. So for heating, if you scroll a little bit slightly so we can see all the term values. Yeah, thank you, Krista. So here what we do is basically you have to run through this iteration for every system type, and that's how you handle. So if you only have one system type, if you only have one heat pump space heating, then you only do this once. If you end up you have two system types, gas and mixed with heat pump, then you do it twice. So each time you run through this equation, you take the table, the credits for the value that you're taking under the credit for heat. Obviously, that'd be different for each system type you had because each system type has. So you find the relative efficiency within the right system type, take those credit values. And then you'd subtract out your interactive effects from the other things. I should note that P&L had some good feedback about changing how I formatted this. And so instead of, if you looked at the subnotes, you'll say that I was dividing by a whole number, and they say it's more understandable if we multiply by a fraction. So we'll make that change. That's a simple one, doesn't really change the math. But we would have the UA improvements, the air leakage, and the lighting interactive effects. And then you multiply a ratio based on capacity. So the capacity of your heating equipment of that system type divided the total heat capacity, and you run through and it gives you, so basically this is a way of ratioing your credits. So that way if you have 50-50, then you do this and you get 50% of your credits under that measure that's heat pump, and 50% of your credit measures under that which is gas. And you can handle, and then you just sum up all those credits that you get, and that's what you get. So I should note in here, there's a use case that we ran into, which is a fault on all the proposals, was, so how do you handle exceptions? We have lots of exceptions in the code. Well, if
Craig, just before we get into too much nuance, have you covered the main sections you wanted to?
I think so. I mean, this is one last main thing that I'll cover. So one thing we've come to on exception quantity is if your exception quantity, the exceptions you have in your code, is very small, it makes sense to just ignore exceptions. But we ran into situations where when exception quantity is actually the majority of your heating load, and that'd be like a low-rise apartment complex, like every single unit gets an exception on it, and then so then the only heating load you have for that building ends up being like the common laundry room or like a common corridor. And so if someone puts in like a SEER 22 heat pump, and they get tons of credits, even though the SEER heat pump's only heating less than 5% of the heat load for the building. And so in order to handle that, we have, you'll see in the tables, we have exception capacity as a as one of the values in the tables. And so we're not penalizing, but we're also not we're not giving a loophole for people with lots of exceptions. And we'll just treat the exception capacity like a code minimum heat pump, which is what we believe the intent was. So with that, the last thing I will, I mean, we can scroll through all the details, which we can wait on those. I think we're almost out of time. The one thing I will want to, if we scroll back up to page 6, there's an unresolved issue that I want to highlight. And we have to deal with, and this probably accounts for both proposals, unresolved detail on page 6. So here on page 6, what you'll see, the only change I made to Lisa's thing was I took her base site allowance and moved it back into exceptions to make everything work. And I think we talked about that in the Johnny Coker's version about possibly moving that back into exceptions to make the equations work. But beyond that, what I don't have shown is the proposal we passed last time, Johnlin's, which had to do with moving the 50% up to 100%. And so I don't have that captured in here yet. So the unresolved issue is with the way it's worded, saying you have to have 100% calculated demand for heat pump water heating. We either have two things: either we remove the system type for fossil fuels and space and it's not allowed in the tables, and we only have heat pumps, clear EPCA violation, or we reword this so that way it's not a mandate and we can assign different credits for things. And that's something we kind of unresolved issue that we have to deal with on both sides is, regardless which path we go, is how do we deal with EPCA compliance with that proposal?
Thanks, Greg. So the basics are, this proposal separates into puts everything into almost everything into 406. Includes separate tables and a single equation that determines interactive effects and the credits you get from those tables based on the interactive effects. So that's the general structure of it.
And it's supposed to be more, the goal is to make it simpler for the code user to use. I mean, there's more calculations for P&L because P&L has to do each iteration in the table, but we're increasing accuracy so it actually matches what real life is. And it should be easier, especially if we have a spreadsheet tool with a lookup table. It makes it really easy for it. They just enter in what they have, and the spreadsheet lookup tool looks up the credits in the tables for them. So it'd be really easy to build an Excel tool.
Thanks, Greg. Nathan.
Yeah, just to start out with, I don't think I fully understood this is the direction you're going. This is an incredible amount of thought and work that has gone into this. So impressive. I kind of wanted to summarize how I understand kind of what's the core issue for a lot of people, how and what are the key differences if you decide to use heat pumps or if you decide to use fossil fuel. And maybe you can say, yes, you understood that correctly, or no, you misunderstood. So the way I understand it, there's a single seat for each occupancy type. You basically, there's one target of how many C406 credits you have. That doesn't change depending on whether you're choosing to go fossil fuel, heat pump, whatever, district energy. But then you would be rewarded again within the efficiency credits for how the relative site energy efficiency of whatever mechanical system you choose, mechanical or service hot water system. So obviously, the more efficient the equipment is, whether it's using gas or electricity on a site basis, you would be then rewarded more of those points that you're trying to get to, that again is the same target regardless of your choice. Fuel.
Exactly correct. And also it handles mixed systems better. So it was always because people usually don't put in 100% one and 100% the other. They usually do you know what I mean? Like, oh, this one little area is harder to heat and I want to do it this way. So this allows us to do exactly what you said with mixed systems really easily.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Greg, for all the hard work on this. This is obviously very well thought through. I was just going to bring up just one detail I mentioned in the email. It's just, and these are just things that would have to get sorted at the end. With regards to heat pump water heaters and gas heat pump water heaters, I think there are measures listed in the table that give a percent better than code efficiency value. I understand those would have to be modeled, but the wrinkle with that is that there isn't a code minimum efficiency for there is for heat pump water heaters that are less than 12 kW, but if it's a larger heat pump water heater, if it's more than 12 kW, there's no code minimum efficiency, and there's no minimum efficiency for gas heat pump water heaters. So we just have to sort out how to handle that.
Yeah, that's an excellent catch, Lisa. And what I was thinking based on your email, I didn't have time to respond before this morning, but on that point was an easy way to deal with that is we could just put in a C406, just put the definition saying this is better than the baseline. We define the baseline in the C406. So that way we're not introducing a new requirement in the 403 or 404. So that way we don't, we aren't changing anything, but then we just define the baseline, the C406 point.
Yeah, so instead of having a percent better than code, it would be, has to be this COP or this COP. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, we say the COP is such, we're using the baseline of a 3.0 COP in, or whatever, inside the C406. And so the percent better, we still keep the tables percent better, but it's referencing the C406 defined term instead of the tables in C403 or C404. It's nice to keep things as a percentage basis in the tables, merely because as we update our values, as we improve our U values and our lighting density gets more higher performance and our heating system gets better, we don't have to go change all the tables every time with percentages. You know what I mean? So it makes maintaining it a lot easier if we keep the tables as a percentage. But we can define the COP in the C406 easily.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Report, Gary.
Yeah, thanks. Greg, what's the baseline, and talking now specifically in regards to the space heating and water heating? So let's just zero in on space heating to make it simple. The baseline against which the credits will be calculated for each of the gas systems and the heat pump systems. So just going to be are the heat pumps going to be calculated against a minimum gas efficiency heating system?
It's the minimum efficiency allowed by our code. So you go look up at the C403, for an example. We have all those tables for that say this is the minimum efficiency required for this type of unit and the minimum efficiency for that type of unit. And so that's the baseline is the minimum. Now, if you're talking about the overall baseline, is basically we take the what is the efficiency for the worst performing system in the code, which P&L said has said it was the 80% efficient gas boiler, and so that's would basically get 0 credits, and then you increase credits from there. Everything's referenced to whatever the worst that's allowed by the prescriptive path as the baseline.
So the heat pumps would be compared against an 80% boiler?
So that's up to P&L and how they set the that's how they set things. So I mean, the one thing is I was not changing past decisions made by the and so that was outside of scope. My goal was not to I mean, there was site energy decision that the council made, and I was not trying to change whether I agreed or disagreed. That was outside of scope, was to actually get through on whether we were doing site energy or source. I was just saying I'm deferring to whatever's been decided, and if what was decided is EPCA compliant, great. If what's decided is not EPCA compliant, well, fine. It's not here to debate that. So I was not making any changes to past decisions.
Okay, well, not 100% sure if they'd answer my question, but I'll defer. I may ask the same question as we get to Johnny, and maybe just an aside to Lisa's concerns around minimum efficiencies, and especially in regards to gas heat pumps. I've been doing some work on the IECC side with a couple of folks, John Bade and Shilpa Sarana, and we've incorporated some other experts in the field from GTI Energy to try to refine language and requirements and establish reasonable minimums for at least gas heat pump systems. So happy to provide input to refine those language and requirements when the time comes.
Yeah, and I would love to have your data, because we do need a definition, some of the gas heat pump stuff. And so if you have the baseline or your definitions, we'd love to have that. And there's also been talk that after, and this is regardless if we go this approach or the other 279 approach, we do have to define what's the assumptions and the criteria for P&L. And so we're gonna have to do some work group for how they're gonna model things. And that's already been discussed, and we have to have some more work there. But the main purpose of this was not to change this to be either better or worse for one system type or another. This was just trying to get our code structure so it actually works. It has nothing to do with a lot of those other debates were outside of scope.
I want to be clear. My understanding of this proposal is that the baseline for C406 credits is that 80% gas furnace. And so a heat pump would get credits based on its increased efficiency in compared to that 80% gas furnace, just like a gas heat pump would also get credits in comparison to that 80% gas furnace, as would any other heating system. That's my understanding, and I thought that was pretty clear. Is there some murkiness there?
Well, there was some murkiness for me, I guess, as Greg went through his, and frankly, although I was in the loop on emails and the working group, I really didn't actively participate in that. I've had a few other priorities, so a little bit of a catch up there for me. I hadn't known how much it might have morphed through this whole process. So thanks for
it has both 279s we're talking about today has morphed. But I just want to be clear, that's my understanding of the C406 baseline. In that way, it eliminates the fossil fuel path as a separate path, but it just takes the least efficient appliance and makes that the baseline, and then you just get credits based on efficiency beyond that. So it's trying to be clearly rule wording on a site energy use efficiency basis. All right, we'll take a couple more comments and then we'll get to Johnny's proposal. So go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare to the current fossil fuel compliance path, which sets the electric heat pump as a baseline and then requires additional efficiency credits to overall to the same building energy use as the baseline heat pump building. And this one kind of turns that on its head and says, okay, the baseline is the EPCA minimum gas boiler, and everybody gets credits for doing better than that. Do I have that generally stated right?
More or less. I mean, the credits are defined by P&L. So yeah, that's more or less. And I think that was the council's decision. So I mean, we're not. I'm not questioning or changing the council's decision on whatever they did. I mean, that was already decided and done, and that was just kind of out of scope. So whether we agree or disagree with the council's decision, it is as what it is.
No, I'm good there. I'm just trying to. It seems like we're basically arriving at the same or very similar endpoint with just something that's a simpler system than having the fossil fuel path.
You are correct. That was the goal, is to get the same thing with and make it a lot simpler.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Johnny.
Thank you. I wanted to just flag, time-wise that I should probably present on mine. So then when we're having these conversations, they can be informed by both options. So I'm just wondering if maybe we take Poppy's comment.
I'm about to get to you. I'm about to get to you.
Cool. Let's have Poppy go and then I'll go.
Yep, that sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Gregory. You mentioned that this approach in your proposal is a better or simpler approach to dealing with mixed systems. And I was wondering if you could just do a quick recap on why that is.
Easier and simpler would be the better way to say it. And the reason why it is because if you scroll down to the table, let's see, the table. It's on page 16. 15, 16. So right here in the table, essentially what you do is you're getting credits for when a mixed heating system type. And so like, let's say 50% of your building was fossil fuel boiler, and let's say 10% improvement over code. So then you find the column that says let's say it has 20 credits in there. Well, you have 50%, so you just multiply 20 by 50 because you get half your building. So now you get 10 credits for that system. And if the other 50% of your building is done by a heat pump, let's say 20% efficient, you go to that row of the table and you see the credits, and let's say that says it's 50 credits. Well, you multiply it by 50%, and so you got 25. So essentially you have the 10 plus 25, and that gives 35 credits. So it's a simpler way to, just by going through a table, and you could have just 2 system types. You could have 10 system types. You could actually have system types where you had, they can average some of the efficiencies if they're close, but we could also say, you know what, we want to deal with, let's say one area has if it's a straight line linear thing, then it wouldn't matter if you average, but like, let's say if it's logarithmic, then we could require people to go with, calculate separately their 10% better than code minimum separately from their 25% better than code minimum. And that allows people to very accurately get the energy usage correlation between your equipment. And so basically it's an iterative approach for how many systems you have. So you could have 10 different systems. And the reason why is we might have a condensing boiler might perform a little different than a standard boiler, or your air source heat pump performs different than a ground source heat pump, which performs different than a thermal energy network. So you can just deal with all those different systems.
Okay, thanks. Let's get to Johnny, unless Lisa, do you have a quick question?
Well, yeah, this one's very specific to this table. Just real quick. And again, can you hear me okay? I'm testing.
I can hear you okay. I just want to
Great.
make sure it's a really quick question because we do need to
Yep.
get to Johnny's.
I understand. So again, when it comes to the percentage better than code line item in the table, is this the intent that you would take all of the equipment that is of that type and then average out the percentage better of all of that equipment and then use that to pick the row? Do you understand my question, Greg?
I do, and that is so averaging it right now. I have said that you can average. I do need P&L's modeling just to verify that that average is going to work. If it's a straight line linear change, then yes, the averaging works. If it ends up being that there's a big difference between a very logarithmic change, then we would have to not allow the averaging. But I mean, right now, even if we allowed averaging, I mean, that's what the other existing 2021 code just does averaging, which averaging doesn't really, I mean, so that's would be a flaw. So we have a potential to fix that, but we could just, if we want to keep it simple, we could just say average and ignore it, but kind of defer to some of the P&L modeling to find out how that turns out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Johnny, you have the floor. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Cool. I just want to reiterate what Greg said initially. This has been a very collaborative process. I really appreciate all the work that he's done on this proposal that he just proposed on. I think that I would call it the logical endpoint of what I had originally worked on, trying to create like a credit measure that would more fairly take into account the different efficiencies and be able to do things kind of more on a logarithmic scale. He kind of like took that and the integrated design implementations to its logical endpoint, and I appreciate that. My proposal, basically about a month ago, we kind of reached this point where we were having a lot of issues with what I was looking at, and it looked like with what was initially proposed to the tag here, and I had some concerns that we weren't going to get a proposal in the end that was going to be workable by the end of this tag process. So I tried to take an approach that wouldn't change things as much as what was in the 2021 code. It would rework the 2021 code to be a little bit, it would make more sense for people and wouldn't have this like definitive fossil fuel pathway versus heat pump pathway. And that's kind of what my proposal is here, which is more similar to what is in the existing code. So just a quick note, black changes are what is basically the integrated draft plus any tag proposals that were accepted to date. And then blue changes are my proposed changes on top of that integrated draft. So here, a limited C401.3 doesn't exist anymore. Scroll down. Yes, Larry. Sorry. Larry.
If it's blue with a line through it, it's gone. But if it's blue with an underline, that's what you've added, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So here I changed C403.1.4, where primary space heating can now be provided either by a fossil fuel system, an air source heat pump system, or ground source heat pump system. This will become clear on why I did this later when we get to C406. Added a note here about the primary space heating equipment should be included in C406 space calculations unless accepted below. None of this other information here really changes. If you scroll down, all that black underlined text is already approved by the tag. I'm not really changing anything here. So keep scrolling. No changes there. Stop here. I incorporated Lisa's request. Lisa Rosenau requested that this one line be struck from pipe insulation. Incorporated that. And then here on C404.2.1, a similar change where it's basically you either are the primary service hot water capacity is either provided by an air source or ground source heat pump water heating system, delivering no less than 100%. That's Dwayne's change. of the surface hot water protection. The remaining primary surface hot water capacity could be met by any system type. Why is there any system type? Because they have to do 100% of their peak, but at that specific temperature. But they could have 50% of their peak has to be met at like 17 degrees, I think it was. So there is some ability for there to be primary capacity that is not required to be a heat pump water heater. And then the second option would be a fossil fuel surface water heating system. And then a base site allowance of 24 kilowatts is allowed plus 0.1 watts. This was what Lisa's proposal had done previously, and moved this into more of the charging language rather than an exception. Yeah, Larry?
I didn't think Dwayne's proposal was 100%. I thought it was 100% to 40 degrees. I thought that's what we ended up with. So we need to get clarification on that.
That's fair.
Thank you.
And I think that might be why, if it's 100% at 40 degrees, I don't know if that's what it was, but then maybe that's why there's still some allowance for the remaining primary service heating output capacity. All right, let's scroll down. Oh yeah, that orange that orange text is a proposed change that hasn't been accepted by the tag. I just wanted to keep it there so that folks know like what still is going to be considered, but I included it in here so that we can see how it melds together. Same with the 7, 8, and 9 here. That's Eric Vandermeer's proposal, which hasn't been accepted yet. Wait, scroll up a little. So primary, there was a change, and this is a recommendation that Lisa had onto a proposal that has already passed the tag. So I don't know how we want to deal with that, but she just suggested renaming this from primary heat pump system sizing to just heat pump system sizing. Since it's already under primary heat pump, it's already nested under that. I think it's like more of an editorial thing. And same with zero at the bottom there where it says heat pump system design, since we're specifically talking about primary heat pumps, it's nested underneath that. I think Lisa had a question around whether or not we wanted to have these particular 3 things nested under a primary heat pump system, or if we also wanted, if you scroll down, there's also a mixing valve and system fault detection and supplemental water heating. I think there's a general question, like which of those things apply to all water heating systems versus which of them only apply to heat pump water heating systems. I'm keeping that as was passed by the tag today, but I think that that's a consideration we need to make before final vote. And we keep scrolling down, C406.3. Okay, so stop here. I followed Greg's approach and added in occupancy groups here. And the reason why I did that is twofold. One, there were a lot of exceptions that we had for these situations, which were ultimately just occupancy types, like warehouses, buildings without conditioning. Basically, a lot of them were like storage units. So adding in groups S1, S2 made sense, just because then it's like, instead of having these exceptions for these particular types of occupancies that fit into all other in the way the code is we just create an S1, S2 and just set the requirements and set which efficiency measures they're able to comply with. The second is that right now you had group R2 specifically, which is, residential, like multifamily, large residential multifamily. And then you had R4 and I1, which is like hotels, and they like R4 technically falls under all other right now, which doesn't make sense. Like those R4 and I1 occupancy groups are most similar to R2. So they should be, if anything, I think S1, S2, and R4 I1 should be brought in here. I brought in, once I did that, I thought just add I2 and A2 since we're already like changing the occupancy groups to be more sensible. Why not just match it with IECC? I know this is like be a little beyond the scope of what I was kind of sent out to do, but it does help setting these requirements because now we're setting energy efficiency requirements for more building types that P&L can model, and it does make things a little bit easier. I changed the 50% requirement for energy efficiency credits for building additions with conditioned floor area, as well as if you scroll up a little, as well as buildings with unconditioned spaces and equipment and buildings according to those sections. I set it to be 20% because now we're setting the energy measure credit requirement table. C406.1 is going to be, it's going to be basically based on like what a fossil fuel baseline is, plus a bunch of energy efficiency requirements equivalent to what we need to get to be a 55.5% reduction from a 2006 baseline. So if you look at the P&L graph of where we need to be in 2024 code, it's going to show it's a 55.5% reduction from 2006. And I think when you look at that, it's going to be a lot more credits than what is currently in C406.1 for the 2021 code. So we can't just say 50% reduction for that table. I think we need to have a higher percent reduction. I chose 20% relatively arbitrarily. If we find after the credits are calculated that that number is too high or too low, then I would suggest that the MBE or the SBCC change that to be 10%, 30%, whatever, just to make it fair for those building types. Could also put TBD and as those percent reductions and give direction on how those groups can be calculate that once the credits come in if we don't want to give too much power to those committees. Scroll down. Okay, here we reworked these equations so that they made more sense because the way in which it was currently written was a little confusing and didn't necessarily deal with the exceptions the way in which we were hoping it would. This more accurately reflects the exceptions in both sections C403.1.4 as well as C404.2.1. And then I basically added in this preamble language that's like, if you have buildings using high efficiency space and water heating equipment are able to achieve credits according to this section C406.2.1, which we're about to get to. It's kind of the meat of this whole thing. And then if your building uses only high efficiency equipment according to that section, then you would use table C406.2.1 for your credit values. And then if you use, same with the high efficiency surface water heating C406.2.1, if you use a mixture of high efficiency systems and low efficiency systems, then you would do a mixture according to this equation. So if you had like a mixture of heat pump water heaters and fossil fuel combustion, like minimum efficiency water heater, then you would get a combination of credits according to that section, and then you would also use the blended tables in order to figure out what's the efficiency measure for a surface water heating measure that is not based on efficiency. It's like system design one or something like that. We'll look at that table soon. Scroll down. So I added in those credit groups. This entire table needs to be recalculated by P&L to be accurate, probably. I know Mike Rosenberg's probably like, yeah, you recalculated, Johnny. scroll down some more. Same here. So this is for buildings not served by high efficiency heating systems. The credit values I have in here. Mike Kennedy had requested that I put in values that were more reasonable for what Washington Code in 2021 should have had. But likelihood, all these credits should be recalculated so that they are more accurate. I think there's some concerns that they currently aren't. Scroll down. Okay, this is basically the new heat pump section. So this is a high efficiency space heating and surface water heating equalization credits. If you comply with one of these 4 situations, then you are able to get credits according to this table, C406.2.1. And yeah, the 4 situations are that you have a heat pump space heating system, an electric heat pump water heating system, or a gas heat pump space heating system, or a building that uses a mixture of equipment. And then P&L would calculate what a new electric heat pump space heating system is, gas heat pump space heating system, or electric heat pump water heating system is for both new construction, and then additions would just be 50% of that. And then if you scroll down, if you use a mixture of heating systems, then you would be able to get a mixture of credit according to this section. Scroll down. I do have a question for the tag that we can discuss too. I'm not sure what to do with the heat pump water heating credit now that the peak design is 100%. So beforehand, like that heat pump water heating credit made sense, but now basically, I don't know, you know, if they're already getting credit in the section I just created, I'm not sure if there is a heat pump water heating credit anymore. I'm not sure how much further beyond they could go besides just not taking any exceptions, which maybe we want to create that situation, but I'm okay if we just delete the credit. The building performance factors need to be recalculated to be equivalent to where the code should be today, which is the 55% reduction from 2006 baseline. And then that's pretty much it. I didn't get into the section 500 in this proposal because I was already kind of biting off a lot. And I know that we haven't gotten to that in the tag. And I know there's a few proposals that are dealing with that. So I think depending on what direction we get from the tag today and which option we should continue to pursue, I think that will help educate those proposals that are going through the tag. And I might recommend some amendments to one of them to match up with whatever we're trying to do here.
Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. So I think, you know, this structure is more similar to what we have in 2021. It puts the fossil fuel path into C406, but it uses the same type of equations we have now to go between the trade-offs, the interactive effects of different code measures and relative efficiencies. So that tends to be the structure. Neither is perfect, and I think both Johnny and Greg said that. But today we need to provide direction on which structure we prefer. So I'm going to just give a few comments on structure. Johnny's is more similar to the current, so people who learn the 2021 code will more readily adopt it or more readily understand it, or they'll at least it'll look somewhat familiar. It also includes a structure that to some extent has been through the CR 102 process and the council. So some pros for that one. Greg's Some pros, it may end up being simpler to understand because there's a single equation. And it may end up also being more accurate because of the interactive effects equation. It's a more refined approach. The work group was still discovering issues with both. There's perhaps a higher risk with Greg's because it is a newer structure, but just based on what I've seen, I think we have brilliant people that can refine it or Johnny's ahead of the MVPE, at the MVPE, at the council, and the public comment period. So I guess this is just an exhortation. Let's choose one of them, and then we can refine that one of them. So I'd like to open it up to general comments, and then I think we had a few people that needed to leave right at 10. So let's have some discussions. I think, yeah, I think we've spent about an hour on this. So I think we have more discussion we can do, more feedback to the proponents. I do see that, some people will leave at 10. However, I don't want to accelerate this discussion because I think this is important. This is one of the bigger things we're doing in the code. It is probably the biggest thing we're doing in the code. So let's have a robust discussion on it. All right, go ahead, Greg.
Whoops, I double mute. Okay, I just want to say that regardless which path we choose, Johnny and I and everyone and Lisa and Dwayne and everyone else is going to work together to on which one to make it as best as we can. So I just want to highlight that fact. It's not like we go with one. We're going to collaborate after this meeting and focus our efforts together.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. That's really important to say that the work group felt both were good. And we'll continue to meet. Go ahead, Darren.
I just wanted to say on our end, jurisdiction, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say on our end, in jurisdiction and plan review and inspection and users, is simpler is much better. So any way it can be made simpler is very much appreciated. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Johnny, for your presentation. Everything's very clear, and for all your hard work, and also to everybody in the working group. A lot of people put a lot of thought into pulling both of these proposals together. So I have two comments. One is, and I kind of struggle with this, is that there are some things in Greg's proposal that I really like, and there are things at Johnny's that I really like. And so it would be helpful to know if, when we do this, can we pull some of the things in one proposal that it's clear the tag members think it's a good idea, and pull it into the other one. And I'm not saying that's going to be a lot of that, but there definitely are some things that are distinctly different that could actually complement each other. So that was one. And then as a very small, important comment, but a smaller comment, in section C404.2.1 in Johnny's proposal, Krista, if you could scroll to that real quick. I don't know what page it's on.
No, we're scrolling. I think the answer to your first question is yes. I think structurally they're different, so you can't take everything from one to the other. But if there's nuances in one, it might be able to go in the other. And especially if you see a way to do that, send that in.
Okay. Yeah, great. I'll definitely voice that in the working group. And so to address Larry's point, I agree. I think that in C404.2.1 item 1, we should point to the heat pump sizing, or actually just scroll up a little bit more, Krista. All the way, yeah, keep going, all the way to the, oops, that's C404. Sorry, where are we? Oh yeah, the C404.2.1, that's where I'm trying to get to, but then it's the sections after that. Right there. There we go. So C404.2.1.1, I think that we should add a pointer in C404.2.1 that says, heat pump water heating systems in accordance with C404.2.1.1. And that talks about the sizing criteria with the temperatures and all that kind of stuff. So that would make it really clear. So it's a small thing, but I think that pointer would be important. Thanks.
Yeah. And just a direct response there, I think it was either your proposal or Dwayne's proposal moved some of that heating sizing stuff out of CO4.2.1.1.1 into the main portion. And I'm wondering if it makes more sense to move it back to where it was before, which, I see it's crossed out there at the bottom of the screen here. That the sizing used to be a part of that section. We could talk about that as part of the working group, whether it makes sense to propose that change.
Yeah. So it's a nuance, I guess, just addressing Larry's point that we should be clear in that main section that we point to the sizing criteria, which includes the temperatures that you were talking about. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Nathan.
Hey, Johnny. I'm trying to sort of understand the decision flow a little bit. I think there's almost a little bit of a recursive process, correct me if I'm wrong, but you kind of decide whether you're going to be pursuing any of the points for the systems that are defined as high efficiency first, and then you go back and tells you which of the two tables the credits are going to be available. Or we got the two tables, the high efficiency and the not high efficiency HVAC system. I guess the intent there is that that's how we're handling some of those like interactive effects, that the envelope measures might not be worth as much if you've already selected a high efficiency mechanical system. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the credit measures themselves change based on basically which high efficiency, whether or not you're doing a high efficiency appliance or not a high efficiency appliance.
So that's what I'm saying. So like you get the way this is structured, again, there's not a different point target depending on whether you're going heat pump, fossil fuel, whatever. But there are, again, C406 credits you can earn for choosing one of the higher efficiency systems, such as gas heat pumps, such as regular electric heat pumps, etc. But then also that choice there at that point, if you were going to pursue one of the high efficiency systems or not, then dictates how much all the other credits are worth.
Yes,
okay,
that's correct. Which is fundamentally different than how the initial code is, which is like, and kind of, how Dwayne initially did it was like everything was a C401.3, you just choose it out of the gate. And this is like, you kind of like further down the code, you're making that decision. But it allows it to be treated more as a measure than it does as like a code mechanism of kind of a separate thing, which I think has caused some headaches for us.
Thanks, Nathan. Go ahead, Dwayne.
So I'm not sure if anybody can answer this, but I'd like to hear the sense of the two proponents of whether there's a difference in building energy efficiency between the two approaches, or is this all about just a difference in the way that permit applicants and code officials work with this?
I could take a shot and then I'd like to hear Greg. So what I think it is like Greg, what I initially had was like something that was trying to take just the efficiency of the heating appliance, and it like scaled what its reduction on the energy load was based on like a logarithmic kind of line towards like some max. Like you can't reduce more energy than what the heating load of the building was. What I think Greg did is he took that and like to its logical endpoint and then included interactive effects, like integrated design effects, and is like now we're effectively like having a proxy for energy modeling within the code that is very accurate. It would be more accurate than what is currently in the code, but it adds a lot of different changes that is different than what the code looks like today. So it's a much big wholesale change, but it probably takes in the integrated design decisions and is more accurate in that regard. Does that sound right, Greg?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, neither of us were trying to fundamentally change efficiency for the building. You know what I mean? We're trying to keep whatever we had. We already had the targets, so we're both doing that. The difference is really on the accuracy of getting there and the simplicity of getting there. So, I mean, I would say the table approach that I presented on is going to give more accurate. And then if we stick with existing, it's going to be less accurate. So when you're saying less accurate, that means that some systems are going to use more energy than they really get points for, and some energies are going to use less energy than they get points for, and because it's less accurate. But it's not intended to fundamentally be different in energy usage beyond being accuracy and simplicity and trying to measure it.
Thanks, Greg and Johnny. Lisa.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that particular detail up, because that's one element of Greg's proposal that I think is really beneficial, and that it does address interactive effects of efficiency measures, which, you know, you combine the right measures, collectively, you can get a lot better efficiency. And right now, the code doesn't take that into consideration. And so I would say that whatever path the tag chooses to go, the closer we can get to both the rewarding that accurately, and that I think that's going to be a really important step forward towards overall efficiency. So that would suggest that we're improving efficiency with this versus just keeping it where it is today.
Thanks, Lisa. And I also just want to, I think we all know this, but the commercial energy code covers a lot of building types and a lot of situations, while the residential energy code covers a few different building types, but they're generally certain sizes and certain shapes, and you kind of know what they are. With commercial buildings, they cover a wide variety of things, and we can't anticipate every single possible building built under the commercial code. And certainly the even the IECC with more building types doesn't cover every single nuance of how buildings are built or every single mechanical system. So it's inherently very complex to write a commercial energy code. And I applaud the increased number of building types and the accuracy we're looking at here. Go ahead.
It seems like with Greg's, like you could have a gas heat pump, and what I'm talking about is something that we can buy today. Is you run the heat pump down to maybe 40 or 35 degrees, and then the rooftop takes over with gas heat. That option is available through Train and Aon and a couple others. And so that reduces what you're using for fossil fuel, but you're still getting the benefit of the air conditioner, and then you're not massively increasing the duct size. And I think, I'd have a hard time with the other one, seeing how you're going to divide all that up to get this part of this efficiency one way and this part of efficiency the other. It seems like it would be, if you just got a chart there and you just click the box and there you go, So, I mean, at certain points, the deeper you would go, as long as the COP was up, the more you would get. And that would encourage heat pumps that can go deeper and still, and as all that means is the coils get much, much bigger. So does the cost, but that's I see an advantage with Greg's is mixing and matching to get the best you can. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Poppy.
I have some questions. I'm not sure if either Johnny or Greg can answer them, but but I'm just trying to analyze. They both address some issues that are in the current code, and they both kind of advance things, and they at least deal with the differences between the high efficiency versus the lower efficiency technologies. In terms of Greg's proposal seems like it takes a step further, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's dealing with the interactive effects between the different types of measures more than Johnny's proposal. And it also removes the need for kind of 3 separate sets of credits. And so it's simpler in that sense. I'm just wondering, since it does go a step farther, it might be a little bit more accurate, and it does be, what do you think that we're actually losing out of proposal that deal with things better, or that might be easier to implement? And then alternately, what do we think the unintended consequences might be of Gregory's proposal? Like, what are some potential risks? And I've read through both of these, and I've been trying to grapple with these questions myself. So I'm just wondering if the proponents or anyone else has some thoughts on those questions.
I got most of what you said, Poppy. It broke up a little bit. For unintended consequences, I don't see any yet, but if there is some, please let me know or let everyone else know. I mean, we do not want unintended consequences. So, but I haven't identified any yet there. But then as for, I mean, really, it was spawned out of trying to make it simpler, is what the work I'd focused on. And also, I was trying to accommodate the pitfalls, like where we ran into issues with our current code. And so that's really the basis for why it was set up the way it was, is because we were trying to solve, I mean, issues that we ran into. Like, for an example, your apartment complex that has 90% accepted heat. Like, how do you deal with that? Or how to deal with system that's on the east side of the state versus the west side of the state, and really, why are we treating them the same? And in fact, our RCWs require us to treat them differently, and we aren't. Or like mixed systems, because that's way more common in real life than what and so trying to make it simpler. So that's really what the intent came out of. If I missed something, or if others, I mean, please, totally open to changing it.
Yeah, Mike Kennedy wrote an email to the work group and listed a bunch of potential issues, I think, with both proposals. So I think there's known challenges with both proposals. But I don't know that they're not structural challenges. They're nuanced challenges, and I think they're things that the work group can work through, and that the tag or the MVPE can work through as well. So there are, in any code and any estimation of energy use that is prescriptive, you have things that are slightly better and things that are slightly worse for different building types. But yeah, I guess, does the work group have any thoughts on Poppy's question, answers to Poppy's question about unintended consequences or issues with either of the proposals that haven't been brought up already?
Also, in particular, are there things about Johnny's proposal that we might be overlooking that actually are solving things and potentially a better?
One thing that Mike Kennedy brought up was semi-heated space, unconditioned space, and how that applies to C406, based on, how it was set up before, because we've changed some of the structure, giving the blanket exceptions for semi-heated and unconditioned spaces might not work out the same way as they worked out before, so that would need to be thought through. Alterations were a potential issue because the structure of the code has changed. So we would need to figure out how to deal with, chapter 5, because we removed the fossil fuel path, and the fossil fuel path was a way of getting more efficiency out of while using fossil fuels in the alterations section. So that would need to be figured out. Just summarizing Mike Kennedy's email.
And those two things you just mentioned, Chell, those are ones where they're kind of universal for both paths. I mean, whatever language we decide on for both paths is really going to be virtually identical in both. You know what I mean? So
because we
it's
both get rid of C401.3.
Yeah, that's the charging language for how do you deal with semi-heated. I didn't change it yet, and my thought was we'd either take whatever adjustments that Johnny and Lisa started to putting in, or we would, you know what I mean, as we dealt with it further. But
yeah, so I just wanted to bring those up because Poppy asked a question about what haven't we heard yet. All right, go ahead, Nathan.
My personal belief is that Greg's proposal would be easier from a jurisdictional standpoint for code reviewers to follow how you're getting your points and that you're accumulating enough points. I think that's one of the flaws kind of how C46 is set up currently, is that there's so many, it's so formula dependent, and formulas are, you either just present the end number that spits out of a formula and it's not obvious to the reviewer how you got there, or you end up having to literally show the reviewer the number, each step of the formula and how you're getting there. And so I think one thing I like about Greg's is a slight reduction in the number of like sort of sub formulas you have to do to get to the end result. I mean, it's impossible to eliminate having to do some math, but I appreciate that about Greg's proposal, and I think I believe it would be easier for a code official to follow through, because it's easy to point to a table where you get a value as opposed to explain that you did the math correct in a formula.
Thanks, Nathan. And I think either proposal would need some sort of a spreadsheet tool to help people looking for a permit and building officials have confidence that the math was done correctly. So I think both require a spreadsheet tool.
Nathan, would you have a similar comment about the relative ease for applicants?
I'm sort of debating in my head. It's a little bit, It's easier formulas are nice that they're easy for us to bake into the sort of behind the curtain spreadsheet analysis that we're doing before we present things, as opposed to a bunch of table lookups, which are a little harder to implement in, say, an in-house spreadsheet.
I mean, that spreadsheet we can release, we could throw it in an appendix to the code and just a link on to the raw spreadsheet. And then people could just copy the equation and the lookup tables if they want it in their own process, if that makes it easy. My plan was to build the spreadsheet, you know what I mean? Like we'd build the spreadsheet once we had it kind of finalized and have that pre-set up and pre-done.
That's great. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment about section C500 for existing buildings. So we're going to be listening to some of those proposals today. And so both of these proposals obviously will have to take into consideration the decisions that TAG makes today for the proposals we're going to get to. So there is that. There's definitely going to be some overlaps, and there's a couple conflicts that I spotted as I was reviewing them in prep for today that I will have to get worked out for these. But I think it's understood that there will be a bit more work to do. with regards to any proposal that the TAG hasn't reviewed yet. And then I would agree as far as simplification for jurisdictions. Yes, I think it's going to be important to have some type of calculation tool that's nice and transparent that jurisdictions can look at. Right now, if somebody's pursuing a measure, they have to do a calculation. It's really hard for them to take whatever's put in there and back check it and make sure that what was entered in the equation is actually what's going on in the project. And so I don't know how we get past that reality, but it's just something to take into consideration. So anything we do that would simplify that, or at least perhaps increase accuracy, would be helpful for jurisdictions. And then the last thing I was going to mention is that with regards to all the different ways of handling equipment efficiency, we're still going to have, if we allow averaging of equipment, you're still going to have that kind of big picture. Okay, if I've got 10 different types of equipment, let's say heating equipment, and I have to average out, how much efficiency each piece of equipment is going to contribute to that total number. Again, how does a jurisdiction back check that and make sure that the values of the entered actually kick out a correct average? So there's still lots of things like that are, I just don't know how we make it simpler, but I think both of these proposals are making an effort to improve that. And I think any kind of, supporting tool would be super important for this to be successful. Thanks.
Definitely, Lisa. And would that probably be you creating that tool?
Perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've heard a few people say they prefer the Greg version of this. And my cat has decided to make an appearance. So I want to, I guess, hear if some people prefer the Johnny version. Otherwise, I think we could start making a decision soon. So go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, and I was just going to make a comment that just another data point. I agree with all of Nathan Miller's comments. My reaction to this is I think that the Greg version of the proposal is going to be easier from a jurisdictional review and enforcement approach. Also completely agree with all the comments on having a tool that kind of allows for back checking is important. I'm happy to help participate with thinking on that if there's a working group for that or things like that. But just wanted to add another data point that I think Nathan's comments are spot on, and that aligns with my experience and my interpretation of these proposals as well. I am also not sure if Greg's would be easier for the design team perspective of it, but I think that's manageable. And it's an interesting approach, and also just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's participated for all the incredible amount of work here.
Thanks, Andy. And yeah, the work group did an awesome job, especially Greg and Johnny. Go ahead, Larry.
I think the design team, or if you're putting a small addition on some type of building, I think you're going to be much easier with Greg's to get there, because it kind of steps you through it all rather than weeding back and forth. That's what I think. I think people that are in the design area are going to see that it's going to be much more logical to get through this than moving back and forth through what we have to try to get to the end. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. I guess just some overall general comments. The reason I think that we're reviewing these proposals here today is because the fossil fuel path was a problem in regards to I-2066 And I don't want to discount the fact that all the people in the working group have just worked diligently and tried to do their best to get something that is workable. But as Dwayne pointed out, this basically takes the fossil fuel path and turns it on its head. But it really doesn't change the fact that systems using gas will require many more, multiple times more credits than systems using heat pumps. And I believe that whichever one is chosen here is still going to violate I-2066 if it stands. I also think that once the dust settles and PNNL has done their analysis, there could still be potentially some EPCA issues there. I don't know that for a fact, but we would have to see after PNNL does their work. And frankly, I think that this code could have reached the same goal in terms of energy use reduction by simply taking a format like the IECC and all of its credits and the way that it handles it, or 90.1, as a matter of fact, in the commercial sections, both provide many options and calculate them well, and then simply require more credits for the buildings. You could have gotten to the same point, frankly, with a lot less pain and anguish. So I know you need to make a decision on one or the other here, but I just wanted to make those overall statements. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. And I haven't heard anyone speak in favor of the Johnny proposal of the two of them, so I'm looking for anyone to do that, or else I think we have our information. So go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, but I'd like to know if Doug Maddox or anyone at PNL wants to just chime in, because they're going to be doing the calculations if they feel comfortable. I know we had a conversation about Greg's proposal and my proposal, and it seemed like there was an ability for them to do that modeling. Just want to verify on the phone that they're able to verify that.
This is Doug. I think the funding for the work still needs to be worked out, but I think in terms of bandwidth, we're able to take it on and interested in doing that work.
Okay.
And I think we're flexible about which proposal gets chosen. So.
And NIA would be giving that funding, correct?
I think that's the first direction we would go, is looking for funding from NIA. Mike Rosenberg is more involved with that, but I think he had to leave the call early.
Thanks, Doug. All right, Larry.
I would reiterate what Gary said. I feel very strongly that we're violating 2066 and APCA all the time here. And we are, and it's going to come back to haunt us, because you're competing one against the other. And that's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're not even supposed to be incentivizing one over the other. And that's what we're doing. And to have one of these over the other, that's a whole different issue here. But we are constantly violating both of these laws. And it's going to come back to haunt us, because there's going to be so many lawsuits filed to make your head spin. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I just wanted to address real quick what both Larry and Gary had said. I mean, just want to iterate that I was not trying to address what past decisions council are saying, and I'm not going to say that council decisions were or weren't compliant with EPCA. But what I will say, which is what just added up into the conversation, is if there was a found that, let's say, a past council decision was not compliant with EPCA, you can make a quick switch because really it's just the credits in the table, and how the credits are calculated in the table, the assumptions based on that would be could be redone. I mean, they're depending on how you, I mean, you just replacing the credits in the table. So it'd be flexible to if there's a different interpretation that the council had on how they wanted to do things, that's all done on the calculation of the credits. So structurally, this doesn't it's the structure of this, neither, aside from this water heating provision that we talked about, this doesn't really it neither complies or doesn't comply. It's because it shifts all the work into the credit modeling and the assumption of the credit modeling. So I just want to highlight that it's not, the intent of this work group was not to comply or not comply. That was out of scope.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Deepa.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Larry and Gary and remind everyone that 2066 is not current law, and that the practice of the council is to engage with what is current law, not what is speculation. That's been the practice, even when the council has been in other litigation. And so, Greg has already spoken to the concerns, but we are to proceed as if we are following current law, and 2066 is not current law. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepa.
Is
Do
that
not
correct,
want to
Shel?
go-
I heard something different from the lawyer when we started this.
Okay, we could spend an hour talking about 2066 and EPCA right now. I think we have two proposals in front of us. If your point is, if anyone here's point is both of these violate EPCA and you're a TAG member, vote against both of them or something like that. The council usually handles the legal matters. I-2066 was struck down by a judge. There is some discussion as to whether the oral ruling or the written ruling takes precedence, but there's no question that the judge's written ruling will be vastly different than the oral ruling, which was to strike it down. We don't need to get into legal matters right now. If you don't think either of these comply with anything, feel free to vote against it if you're a TAG member. Otherwise, I think we need to move forward and make a decision on one of these two. Go ahead, Larry.
I personally feel that if we have to modify it, Greg's would be much easier to modify than the other one that we presently have and modify.
Okay.
By far. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, I have heard nobody say that they prefer Johnny's over Greg's. So that tells me that someone could probably make a motion to approve Greg's in lieu of Johnny's. And then we could at least see how the votes go on that. Does anyone want to make such a motion?
I will make such a motion to move ahead using Greg's proposal.
And disapprove Johnny's?
Yes, that would be part of the motion.
Okay.
And I will second Dwayne's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? And I think it has been discussed widely today that this is not the final word on whichever proposal we pass today. There will be some nuance changes made, and PNNL will do some modeling to fill in the credit tables. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. This will help me with my vote for sure, and that is if the TAG proceeds with Johnny's proposal, as I mentioned, there are elements of Greg's proposal. There are elements of Johnny's proposal that are not captured in Greg's proposal that I personally think are very beneficial. And if Greg's proposal is the one that is approved and it goes back to a working group, what kind of leeway does the working group have with regards to pulling details
The
out
working
of
group would
Johnny's
have,
proposal.
the working group would have full ability to do that. To take anything from other proposals and put them into the 279 Greg.
And
Okay, and then, so,
I would agree with that, at least to just add in, like, so if you're talking specifically about semi-heated buildings and the C 500 sections, the intent is to add those in. And then also if you're talking about the C 404, the adjustments in space water heating, I mean, we're gonna have to collaborate. So those are key areas that we're gonna have to collaborate and add, make adjustments to.
okay, and then this, just a question for Shao, then, how do we avoid kind of getting in an iterative situation where, okay, we picked Greg's, so now the working group goes back, they capture stuff out of Johnny's, they put it into Greg's, now this has to go back in front of the tag again. And now folks are seeing the combo and the intended or unintended consequences of the changes the working group comes up with. Like, how do we avoid having to go through multiple iterations here to get to a final document?
Yeah, so we will have, our next tag meeting will be the 23rd of May. That's 2 weeks. The working group or any individual could come up with suggestions that the tag would review at that meeting. There will be an MVP committee meeting in mid-June. People could propose additional changes at that meeting. There'll be a council meeting in mid-June. Anybody can propose changes at that. And then after that, it will be in a CR 102 public comment process, and anyone can propose changes at that time. So there's the tag will be wrapping up pretty soon, but there will be plenty of time to include more nuanced changes. Now, your suggestion that if we discover some fatal flaw in Greg's proposal as we include revisions to it, I think we'll have to cross that bridge if we get there. We're providing directional change to the council, really, today on which we want, which we prefer, which we think is better for Washingtonians. And then, if we discover fatal flaw later, we will just have to then tell the council how we feel and then reconvene and work through it. We've had a lot of brilliant people work on it already, so I don't guess that there'd be fatal flaws, but I guess it's always possible, as it is in any code cycle when we approve, substantial proposals. Okay, I see no more hands up, and I think we're ready to take a roll call vote on this. The motion is to approve 279 Greg as a revision to the previously approved 279 that we did, and to disapprove 279 Johnny as a revision to what we previously approved as 279. So the a motion is to basically approve Greg's version of this proposal as discussed today. Let's do a roll call vote on this, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
And some more people might have joined us since the initial roll call at 8:30, and some people have left as well.
Marty Brennan,
Approve.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Ian Casey,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Irina stepped away, but this is Andy Burnham as the alternate. Yes.
Okay. Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, everybody, so much, and especially to Johnny and Greg and the working group for their work. We will reconvene at 10:35. I'll see you then. And we'll discuss 279 Gary. Welcome back. We are going to, Gary, discuss 279 Gary, because Gary also put in an alternate version of that. And so we'll look at that proposal. Gary, did you want to do anything specific with that proposal before we begin discussing it?
Well, this proposal was based upon Johnny's original 279, which has changed quite a bit, obviously. And really the only difference was recommending or proposing to make the credits based upon source energy rather than site energy, and given prior action and direction by the council and prior decisions here by the TAG to vote to accept Greg's 279, I would just recommend that the TAG move forward with a motion and a vote on this one.
Okay, perhaps disapproval because we already have a good modification of 279.
At the TAG's discretion, if you want a motion for approval, we could do that too.
Motion to disapprove. This is Dwayne.
Dwayne, I'm disappointed.
I know.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Marcus. All right, we have a motion and a second to disapprove 279 Gary. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Abstain.
Thanks, Ian. Okay, we have a motion that passed. It is to disapprove 279 Gary. Okay, so we're off to Kennedy, and I think Mike is not here today. He emailed me and said the TAG, I think for both 141, 140, and 142, for all three of those, I think they were ones that were contingent on fixing the path, assuming 279 did not pass. So I think he gave us liberty to disapprove them without his being here.
Do we have to do them one by one?
I think we could do them all at once if you wanted.
I'd like to make a motion to disapprove 140, 141, and 142.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion to disapprove three proposals. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I think it was 141. Mike mentions in his proposal that it was a package of 4 proposals, and we're only looking at 3. Do you know what the 4th one is, to make sure we're not missing something?
I think this is
139.
139, yeah. Yep.
Okay, and is
That's on
that
the agenda today.
that's on the agenda today? Would it
Yeah.
does it make sense to consider all of them together, or
We could.
no?
Yeah. Do you want to do that?
That would be my recommendation, but there's already a motion, so
Yeah, well, we could do that, and then when we get to 139, we could disapprove that as well. Okay, we have a motion. The motion is disapprove 140, 141, and 142. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. 140, 141, and 142 are disapproved. We are on to 277, Johnlin.
Yeah, and this was already incorporated into, it was incorporated at least into Johnny's version. I didn't check. So
this is about 2.4.2.1.
Yeah.
Greg, do you have a recollection?
So we have to I mean, that was highlighted as something we still needed to work on the surface water heating change here. So whatever change we make here, we'll adjust.
Okay, well, let me just then go ahead and do this. And I would like to point out that Lisa pointed out a type. Where are we? This.
This is, I thought this is not 277 that I have. This is 227.
Yeah. Didn't look familiar.
Hang on, let me figure out what I did.
The agenda you sent out has 277 on it. And the link is correct. But I know you have a different, you have the Word docs.
Yeah, I think the tag needs to see the correct document up to.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Give me a second. There is a lot of documents.
We've noticed you've been working on it. Yeah. There we go. I can launch into this. The first thing I wanted to point out was that Lisa had pointed out a typo on there. So on that last line in what looks like kind of gold type there on the screen, it says with a minimum of 6 kW, but it's that should read maximum. Thank you, Lisa. That would have made this a very strange thing. But this added some. Yeah, I see Dave Price is on with the hand up. This added some capacity for any tenant space, no matter what the rest of the building is doing, to install a very small water heater, maybe for a break room or a work sink or something, without having to go to heat pump. And I thought it was way better than other proposals we've seen to allow 24 kW for every single tenant space. And before I go on, maybe Dave wants to comment.
Yeah, thanks, Dwayne. If we change minimum to maximum, that kind of goes against the intent that I had tried to convey, that based on what we're saying here with proposing a proportion prorated on the square footage of the total building size, in a lot of cases that leaves next to nothing for electric resistance heat. If you've got a high-rise building with a few tenant spaces, then it calculates out to less than 1 kW per water heater. So the intent of having a minimum size was to allow those small tenant spaces in very large buildings to at least have some measurable amount of kW allowance, which would be 6 kW. So changing it to maximum just doesn't work.
I see where you're going there, and now I'm kind of stymied on how we could word this so that the original intention was that, yeah, we have this 24 kW overall allowance plus 0.1 per square foot, but that regardless of how much is being used elsewhere, any tenant space could use 6 kW without wanting to pull this back and delay it again and redo it. Does somebody have a good idea to how to fix that, Lisa?
Yeah, I'm wondering, would it make sense to just say, well, I guess maybe I don't have an answer for it. I was going to say just take out the word minimum or maximum with just saying that, 6 kW for each separately leased space. But yeah, that doesn't really address the other concerns.
would it solve the problem if we said where a building includes multiple tenants? Each tenant is also allowed a maximum of, say, 6 kW. Is that kind of the intent of what you're going for?
No, the intent was that this I wanted the main part of this to stand, that we're allowing buildings to have the 24 kW plus 0.01 watts per square foot, but have an exception to the exception that says in any case any tenant can have 6 kW.
Okay, so where a building has multiple tenants, you could just say, in lieu of the above, each tenant is allowed a maximum of something like that. I don't want to workshop this. I see four
Right.
hands. I
Yeah.
feel like if we understand the problem, you could come back with better solutions
Okay.
in workshopping it. But if all the people with their hands raised want to say their piece in 10 seconds, or 15 seconds, go for it. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, yeah, I can finish my thought. And this was the example I sent to Dwayne, which was, and I understand, if you've got a really big building and you got a little small space, I understand the concern about that. But at the same time, say you got a strip mall and you've got a small, maybe 2,000 square foot tenant space there, that if we're saying that the minimum allowed for that 2,000 square foot space is 6 kW, then we're allowing 3 kW of capacity per square foot for that space. And I just want to make sure that we're clear that that's what we're allowing.
Well,
for,
what do you think of what Krista has on the screen right now?
Is that actually that was where my brain was going, is that maybe just strike that
I
and
think
just,
the problem there is, let's say you do a strip mall with 3 tenant spaces in it. Now you have 24 kW plus 6 kW for each tenant space. So now you have 24
Yeah.
plus 18 kW.
All right. So
With
maybe
electric
I'll just ask for this to be postponed and go back and try to word it. Thank you, Dave, for keeping me on the straight and narrow there.
I'll second that motion.
Motion to postpone?
Yeah.
Okay. If anybody has 10 seconds of input, provide it now. But I don't want you to go on for a long time. So go ahead, Larry.
I would really like to see it at 10 kW. And the reason why is because, and it might work out with, I'd have to run the watts per square foot, but a lot of them switch when we shut the boilers down for the year. They switch over to electric heating, hot water heaters instead of steam heated or hot heaters because they're shutting their system down. And most of those that I know of have 10 kW heaters in them. And so during that summertime, they're using the electric heat instead of the gas heat. So I'd like to see it at 10 kW for those people. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric.
The words "or fossil fuel" need to move before the word "service," not after.
Huh. Good point.
Shailesh.
I think if we allow this only at the tenant level and not a shell and core level, that will give us the flexibility of allowances. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. All right, we have a motion to postpone, and we have a second for that. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, Dwayne, thank you in advance for working on this. All right, we are off to Eric Vandermeer, 253. Eric, I know you're here. Are you ready?
Yeah, my recollection was, I'm trying to remember what.
This is adding, and I think this was.
So we voted on the second half of this one, and I thought we said the first half was going to be covered by Dwayne's proposal.
By Greg's proposal.
I think those had gone into Johnny's. I don't know if they had gone into Greg's.
Well, you're talking about Lisa. So this was addressed with Lisa's and, oh, you mean all the exceptions? So
Yeah.
I didn't print all the exceptions in, so I omitted the exceptions in what I had posted. I figured we'd go back and rectify those afterwards.
So we can go ahead and pass this now, just to have it in the record.
Yes.
Yeah, these are adding exceptions for small instantaneous electric. And then heat pump, water heaters that are installed within a conditioned space that don't extract their heat from ambient air, essentially. So as long as there's a space that has waste heat available. So like if you had an office building, you could put a heat pump water heater next to the to draw air from the adjacent electrical rooms to scavenge heat off the transformers and cool the electrical room. You wouldn't have to, you know, put that air source heat pump on the office floor all the way out at the perimeter, taking up the, you know, the prime view outside. So
I'll move to accept.
Second.
A motion to accept in a second. Is there further discussion? So this allows unlimited point of use instantaneous electric water heaters. Is that correct?
If they're right next, if the water heater's right next to the whatever it's serving. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All in favor say, or Hoyt, go for it.
Yeah, that number 9 is a very confusing sentence. Reading it as a code unit. You got and or, and you got all this stuff. I don't know if there's a better way to write that. I haven't dug into it, but that's a very, you know, because number 9, you know, we get a lot of group R's that are going to probably use this exception, I would think.
It's for other than group R.
Oh, other than group R. Oh, it's for the other occupancies then. Okay. All right. But I'd still, to get back to my main thing, you got and or all, you know, in both of them, you know, and it's a confusing sentence. So hopefully in the future, this gets worked on a little bit more, because it's not a very well written code item.
you could put a period after available and then make the where they are sized a second sentence. That would clean it up pretty well. And then say,
wait, but then the second part isn't a sentence.
Well, you have to say the water heater is sized.
That looks a little better when I read it that way. Understanding it's an enforcement side.
Well, that's still not a sentence at the end.
Yeah, there's no verb in there. We need a sentence diagram. Larry, go ahead.
So are you talking about putting that water heater in the electrical panel room? Is that where you're talking about, Eric? And then
No, typically go in the janitor's room next to the room, but then you duct it over to condition to cool that room is what we often do. So
okay, so you put a high and a low into the janitor's room from the electrical room, and then so that heat can migrate back and forth to the
well, some of there's small tank ones tank water heaters that are ductable. Well, oftentimes we do it with duct work. Yeah, we might.
Okay.
We duct usually one of the two of them. So yeah.
So they have an in and an out on that duct work?
Yeah, you can buy them
with
in and outs or just outs or whatnot. There's all sorts of different models available. So.
Okay. I guess I'm going to suggest that we potentially approve this because we have a good intent here, or a decent intent could be clear. So if somebody wanted to come back with slightly better wording of this, they could do that. All right, we have a motion to approve, right?
Yes.
And a second, so,
Yes.
okay, all right. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to 162, which is price special. This is one we just, it's similar to Dwayne's that we postponed. So if we liked Dwayne's, we could do something else for this, but Dave, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I proposed this just to kind of get it talked about. You know, the way it's currently worded is not enforceable for multi-tenant buildings. Dwayne's taken up the helm on that, and he had some more thorough thoughts on how to incorporate a better way to word this. So, you know, with Dwayne working on it with 277, I'd be happy to retract this proposal.
Okay, if you can withdraw it and then it is as if it never was proposed in the first place, or we could disapprove it. But if you want to withdraw it, that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, either way is fine with me.
And I'll continue to work with Dave as we iron out this language.
Okay. Did you withdraw it, Dave?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's the official thing to do, and you can do that without a motion. Okay. We are on to 182, Gary.
Yeah, and as we discussed before, Shell, I think, you know, given again previous action to adopt Greg's 279 format, I'd like the tag to postpone this so I can review it and maybe work with Greg to see, number one, is it still needed? Number two, if it is, to make sure that the language and the requirements fits well into into that format. So I'd like to see the tag to postpone this if they could.
I'll motion to postpone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone in a second. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes, postponed.
Thank
And
you.
we have probably one more meeting, if all goes well today, and that would be on the 23rd. So send in any modifications, ideally on the Monday or earlier before the tags. We all have time to look at it. We're on to 139 Kennedy, which is another one we said we would probably disapprove. So
Motion to disapprove.
is there a second?
Just let me read this first, which one this
Sure.
is.
So this is similar to the other three we disapproved, which is at the beginning it says this is one for proposal fixing the fossil fuel path, assuming we did nothing else. And we did other things.
So I wonder if we should, because a part of this is recalculating credits, and we've maybe done that in other areas, but really that part is true regardless. You know what I mean? And Kennedy does a good job of actually noting, of describing what he wants and documenting it, which, so I would think we would more accept this because it doesn't really change any code. It just says recalculate credits.
Well, but it's recalculating based on a past calculation of credits. Because it's based on a specific document that was done ahead of the 2021 codes. So I don't think we'd want, and first of all, it's not really code language, but second of all, it's based on a document that applied to the 2021 codes and not one that would apply to 2024 codes. So I guess
we could always modify it. Just we could modify it just to say have P&L recalculate credits, and then and not reference how.
what if we just, I mean, you and I talked about a tag resolution. I think we just want PNL to recalculate the credits, and I don't know that we need a code proposal that would change code language to do that.
Yeah, we do already have another code change proposal that said that was accepted, so this would modify that and go back to the previous. So unless we rewrote this one completely, it would.
Okay, well, we can
Come up
disapprove
to
it.
work.
We could disapprove it. I was just noting like the intent, but when we disapprove it, we're just noting the intent is not because we disagree with the intent. It's just we've already covered it.
Yep. Okay.
So I'll second that motion that Dwayne had to disapprove, noting that we've already captured the intent.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes as disapproved. We are off to 208, except what I heard was that the proponents of 208 hadn't finalized their modifications to 208. And so they were hoping that we would postpone it to our next meeting. Andy.
Are the proponents available, and could they potentially provide just a brief update on direction for kind of just some group discussion that maybe we cap to 10 or 15 minutes or something like that, just so that everyone can kind of get a sense of where things are going to collect thoughts before, because this is a pretty big one.
Sure. Poppy, are you able to cover that? Is anybody else here able to cover it?
I mean, I was involved in the working group, but I was only at one of the two meetings, which was the first. Yeah, I don't know. Poppy, were you in the second meeting? Do you have any kind of updates to share from kind of final direction? I'm happy to maybe just share a couple from the kind of first working group meeting. The general feedback and direction was folks liked the requiring the energy management plan, the O&M program, some of the other things to kind of help building owners get aligned with clean buildings performance compliance. The predictive energy modeling component was a pretty hot topic, and the direction in that first call was developing a couple different compliance pathway options. So it's not every building subject to clean buildings has to do a predictive energy model, but we talked about potentially developing an alternative pathway where, maybe we were incorporating some other elements intended to support the same outcomes of improved operational efficiency of buildings. So that might be something like requiring a design review from a commissioning agent during the design process, or maybe some other kind of design review related elements in lieu of an explicit predictive energy modeling exercise, or potentially another scenario where, if a building owner has a portfolio of similar products that are meeting the EUI targets, that could be another alternative compliance pathway. So I'm not sure exactly where things were shaking out with how many options, but that was the overall direction of the working group in at least the first meeting.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Does anybody else who is part of the working group want to add anything to that?
Andy nailed it pretty straight on the head of the nail, so that's perfect.
Awesome. Okay, well, we look forward to seeing this in 2 weeks. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just reading this. Sorry, it's the first time reading this, so I apologize. But you say before issuing the building permit, that puts a lot of restrictions on the city. I saw that where it says you had it in there before issuing the building permit. Is that truly, this does not get issued until the actual permit? We have to hold up a permit being issued unless we got this based on the wording?
Go ahead, Andy.
All right, see that number C, commissioning, the following commissioning activities shall be completed prior to issuing a building permit. That's going to put a lot of issues for, especially when we do phase permits, because a lot of
Go
cities
ahead, Andy.
phase permits.
Wanna
So
respond to that?
Yeah, I would just flag that kind of the timing of these different requirements was certainly an element of the working group's discussion. So I would keep that thought in mind as a lens for reviewing the updated proposal in 2 weeks. But I think a lot of those items got discussed and may be addressed in an updated version to come.
yeah, because if it's possible, sometimes certificate of occupancy or something like that, instead of issuance of permits, because if any of the work can be done after the permit's issued, we just got to be careful of that, having that in actual writing in the code, holding up a building department to not issue a permit because something's not done.
But I think something is like that is already part of the code, at least it is in Seattle, that there's some of the commissioning things you have to have the commissioning plan and a couple other and designated commissioning agent like that when you apply for the permit. And then there's other things that you have to have done when you're going for the CFO at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Making sure it's clear that we have that too, right? So some of it we get up front, but we can issue a permit, but the way being sure that it's clear that we're not holding up people, because some of it, if it could be done at certificate of occupancy or something before we give certificate of occupancy, making sure that's clear, because it will really tie our hands if it's not totally clear on this. And I apologize if I added something, but if you're going to keep working on it, just keep that in mind.
All right, I don't want to spend too much time on this because we're going to hear it in 2 weeks. If you want to join the working group, unmute and say that you want to join the working group. If you're not already part of it.
Yeah, I would join the working group. This is what I'm not part of that working group.
Okay. Andy, can you write that name down? And
Yep, I've got that noted and I'll pass that along to the proponent.
okay. Thanks.
I was going to motion that we postpone this.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of postponing, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, postponed. We have made it to chapter 5, existing buildings. So when we talked about 279 earlier today, we noted that there's still some interaction with chapter 5 that needs to happen. I think now that we have a version of 279, we can relate that back to how we talk about the chapter 5 things today. So we'll start out with one, and we did talk about chapter 5 a little bit earlier. We passed some proposals about chapter 5, but we were hoping to get through all of them today, the rest of them today. 152 Rosenau. Lisa, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. So the purpose of this proposal is to address a detail that we hear is confused a lot, but with regards to, with both jurisdictions and designers, and that is the terms change of use and change of occupancy. In discussions are often used interchangeably when describing an alteration. And what this proposal does is it makes it clear that a change of use is strictly changing from one space or building area type to another space or building area type within the same general use category and occupancy classification. And so it does not trigger the requirement for the space be brought up to full compliance with the current code. It purely just requires, there's 2 details, that the lighting power allowance of the space changes if you change the space user area type, and also the ventilation requirements change, but that's it. And so what this does is it introduces a new definition, and then it makes some revisions to the change of occupancy definition that complement that new definition. And then Dwayne Johnlin caught a little typo in here that I want to change, Krista, and that is in the last sentence of the definition. it should say just change of use, not space use. So just strike that, take that word out. And that's my proposal.
Thank you, Lisa. So that's, for example, so if you're within group B in IBC and you change from a clinic to an office, that would not be a change of use, right?
That would be a change of use.
That would be a change
Yeah,
of use.
that, right. But it would be, I'll just say it would be just a change of use, right? So then
Yeah.
you only have to comply with those two details in the code. It doesn't trigger full compliance with the current code.
Okay, so the change of occupancy classification for change of occupancy is from B to some other group, right?
Well, and there's more nuance to that, right? Because change of occupancy is clearly defined, like when it triggers a full compliance with the current code is really only going from an FS or U to something other than an FS or U, or if you're going from a residential building to a commercial, like group R1 or R2. So it's even narrow when you get over to chapter 5, but I've added in here to make it really clear that a change of occupancy is a change from one occupancy classification to another as defined by the building code. And then that last bullet item and Dwayne pointed this out, it goes back to muddying the water again. So it's just like, yeah, let's just strike it. So that's the purpose of this.
But the International Building Code defines like B and A. That's what you mean, right? If it changes from if it stays
Yeah,
within
I'm not attempting to change what chapter 5 says about a change of occupancy, because yes, you're right, that would be what you just described is a change of occupancy. Yes. And then you go to chapter 5 and it says under these particular changes of occupancy, you have to bring it up to the current code, but that's fine standalone. This is just the general definition for a change of occupancy.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Larry.
So how does that affect if you have an office warehouse like we have? We have a semi-heated warehouse. And so then they bring a karate place in. So does that completely, you have to update the whole thing or not? That's my question.
Yeah, so I'm not intending to change what the code is doing. I'm just trying to clarify it. But in that particular case, so if you had a semi-heated a work area, right? Right. And the change is to go from, a workshop to, a karate school. That would just be a change of use. That's not a change of occupancy. And so that would not trigger the space to be brought to full compliance with the current code. You would just have to make sure that the lighting power allowances line up with the current code, and that the ventilation requirements line up with the current code, which is also governed under the IMC. But if that space, if your workshop is semi-heated or unconditioned, and it switches to a conditioned karate center, then that's a change of space conditioning. So that would require it to be, brought up to the current codes, but that's not within the scope of this proposal. That's just to answer your question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Shailesh.
So change of use basically applies only to lighting conditions or lighting calculations to be recalculated and adjust. I think that's what the focus is here, the way I understood. And if there is a change of occupancy or change of conditioning, then it will be a different requirement. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Shailesh. And I'll just add to that it also triggers, our interpretation is that a change of use would trigger the ventilation requirements, but that is actually an IMC detail. But the energy code does point to the IMC, which is why in chapter 5, it's mentioned.
Motion to approve as modified on the screen.
For a second.
Second.
Thank you, Larry. And Dwayne, all right, I see no more hands up. All in favor of approval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion is approved. Thank you, Lisa. We are off to 280R Coker. So Johnny, are you around?
Hi there. Yeah, is this the yep, this is the credit table one. So I had I'd spoken about the other proposal that also kind of dealt with AC to heat pump with Nick O'Neill, and kind of we had met and discussed it a little bit, and decided that his proposal was a bit more straightforward. And I think that think you can either postpone indefinitely or withdraw this one in favor of that proposal.
Would you rather withdraw it or disapprove it? I think postponing indefinitely is not something we want to do.
I will withdraw it.
Okay. All right, that makes it easy. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I like this proposal.
I know. Yeah. I think that there's some issues with it that Nick's kind of deals with better.
Is that the 209R?
I think so, yeah.
That'll be later today. So we're back to Elisa proposal 294. This is about gas heat pump water heaters. Lisa, you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So the purpose of this is to add a new additional efficiency measure, and I'm not sure how this folds into the 279 that we just approved. I think it's actually captured in that. So I don't know. I'm going to reach out to Greg on this one. Well, I'll explain the proposal, and then you can let me know if you think that, hey, we already got this covered and, I can withdraw. But the purpose of this is to add a measure for gas heat pump water heaters within the additional efficiency table. And then if you scroll up under service water heating equipment for alterations, it provides an exception or allowance that you can replace an existing gas-fired water heater with a natural gas heat pump water heater. And the purpose of that would be, if you've got a situation where, the building's served by natural gas fired water heater and it needs to be replaced, but it might trigger an electrical service upgrade or something like that. So that would be a deterrent to they would just stick with like for like versus going with something more efficient. This would allow the option to just go with a natural gas heat pump water heater, which perhaps wouldn't trigger electrical service upgrade. So that's my proposal, but I would like to circle back and get Greg's feedback to find out if you feel that this is already captured in your proposal, then I'll just withdraw it.
I was going to suggest that we postpone this one because Gary has a proposal that we just talked about gas hot water heating, and then we have the 279 Johnson we just did, and I think it would be best to postpone this, and that way we can work together in a work group and kind of get all three, so they fit together nicely.
Sure, I'd be fine with that.
Yes, as the chair, I'm seeing the clock ticking on this. Are you saying you don't like this proposal, or?
Oh, no, I mean, we have to modify this to make it work with the 279. And we're also doing, this also overlaps with the one that we just postponed from Gary for heat pumps. And so this is best we're going to add something to gas heat pumps into the code. And it's just a matter of taking the pieces in a work group and doing it so we don't have to spend our time workshopping it here.
Okay.
And I have a question about that. So, if we motion to approve this, does that mean that, okay, now we can put this into 279, or is it already captured in 279? We just need to pick up the nuances of, my proposal and Gary's proposal, and I think there's one other one.
Well, this has to be rewritten to be compatible with 279. So there's work that needs to be done. So that's why I was wanting just to postpone it, and then we can, and this will be one of the first top topics that we address in 279, and we'll get it. And whether we want to have it maintained as a separate proposal, or whether we just want to include it in 279 with its modifications, either way, it doesn't matter. But I propose we postpone it.
Okay, I guess that sounds reasonable. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. I see no more hands up. All in favor of postponing 294, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. All right. So staying up till midnight, working on 279 did not shy you away, Greg, from a bit more work.
Johnny was up to, I think Johnny beat me by 30 minutes later than I was.
I don't know if that's beat is the correct word there. All right, strong coffee. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I had wanted to just reach out and say, let's work together, Lisa, on something that incorporates gas heat pumps. We had traded a couple of emails previously on this, so I'd like to see if maybe can boil down to one proposal if needed, and working with Greg and anybody else who might want to be interested in doing that to get some relatively simple language into the code. Thanks.
That'd be great. That brings up a question, Gary and Lisa. Is this part of the 279 work group that you want to deal with this, or would you rather do something else?
Well, I can jump in and just say.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that maybe between Greg and Lisa and I, we can draft language that we can maybe agree on. And then if the rest of the 279 work group wants to review and weigh in on it, they could do that rather than trying to convene a larger group. Let's just keep it tight and see if we can come up with some decent language for review.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, and ideally we could consider it in 2 weeks on the 23rd. If not, we could consider it at the MVPE. That's probably almost 4 weeks away, 3 to 4 weeks away. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just one other question, comment. And so my understanding is that adding a measure for gas heat pump water heaters is already a component of 279. So what we would be working on is not new content, but we would be just putting together the language to support what's already been approved. Is that right?
That's my understanding, because there's already rows, I think, for gas heat pump water heating, isn't there, Greg?
I don't think I haven't added the rows for gas water heating, but I set the framework up to handle it, and I said that we would add more system types as needed. So
okay. Was that Johnny's that had the rows for gas heat pump water heating? I thought somebody did, but maybe.
I had it for space heating.
Okay, all right. Anyway, it can be done. So, okay.
Yeah, I think I was going to confirm that. I think there's a framework there, especially since Greg's tables include, simple percentage improvements. I think a gas heat pump water heater or gas heat pump for space heating could simply be to slot right in there, and it would land in some percentage improvement over the baseline. So I think it's maybe just language around the testing and rating methods, maybe for both the space heating and the water heating, and I can provide some of that language, and I think we can get there fairly quickly. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, we already dispensed with that, so now we're on to Larry Andrews with this curb heights.
My whole thing is to keep our curbs so the equipment isn't in the snow. And then also to allow for increase of roof insulation. So to get to an R50. So what I'm saying is probably your curb height would be if you had 0 inches of snow, and let's say you already had an R50 under you, you would just put the 12-inch curb in. But if you have, like in Spokane, we have anticipated snow level of 12 inches, and the guy doesn't have any insulation to speak of underneath him, we would probably put a 2-foot, we'd want to put a 2-foot curb in to encourage them to put insulation on the roof when they redo the roof. I'm just trying to give the height above the equipment, so at some point the equipment isn't in the insulation. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at some point we need to insulate all these existing buildings better. But as we're putting rooftops on, we should be raising them up so we can get an R50 insulation under the rooftop and still keep the rooftop out of the snow. That's my whole purpose here.
Thanks, Larry. And we discussed this at length earlier and made some tag modifications to it. Hoyt.
Yeah, I want to put it in perspective as a professional engineer designing. You know, when you say snow level, you know, when you go around the state, you got snow drift, you got a lot of stuff. It's not clear. Are you talking about the base snow level that you have for the height? Are you talking about when you have snow drift going over, in addition, different areas of the state?
I'm talking about the anticipated snow level. Spokane's anticipated snow level in the weather detail is 12 inches. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get dumped on some night that you're going to put 2 feet on top of it, but that's just the general weather anticipated snow level for the Spokane area is 12 inches.
Larry, can you expand on what resource you use to get that snow level? I just think it should be clear because snow level.
I believe it's from the Weather Bureau. I can go back and find that out, but in Spokane, it's been noted for years that anticipated snow levels 12 inches. That's what we've taken for years, and I thought it just come from the Weather Bureau.
No, there's actually a calculation for the height that you could do in chapter 16 for like snow drift. You know, when you say snow level, I mean, you're talking about one city, but you remember this is going to go throughout the whole state.
That's why I said your anticipated snow level. That's what.
But I know what I know, but it shouldn't be anticipated. I mean, that's as a code reviewer and actually enforcing the code on this. That's a very ambiguous term, anticipated snow level. It should be something plus 12 inches above the, do you want to do it 12 inches above snow drift? You want to do it, you know, you could say 12 inches, you have the height H sub D of the snow drift on there. I mean, that's, I don't think you're really solving the problem, what you're saying here personally. So,
well, let's just leave them at 6 inches on the roof. And then when you come to insulate them, I don't know what you're going to do. So, okay.
Well,
that's what I,
no, the one thing you can say, he says the curb height shall be a certain height to allow for insulation for the roof assembly or something like that. But tying it to snow level is where my issue is, because this throughout the whole state, I believe it's going to cause more problems than less problems.
Well, in our instructions from their gas equipment, it tells us right in the instructions 12 inches above anticipated snow level. That's what it says in the instructions. So where they get it from the Spokane area, I know it's 12 inches. That's where we've come from. And in the instructions, it says you need to be 12 inches above the anticipated snow level. So that's where I'm getting it from. It's right in from the manufacturer's instructions. So I can do some more research and find out where that documentation coming from, and then you guys can decide whether you want to use it or not. But that's what the instructions say in it.
Yeah, so chapter 16 talks about a snow load, which I believe is a pounds per square foot.
No, they have
calculation.
this, they have in the snow load, they have the height for this, I'm talking snowdrift. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. You look at you're talking a pounds per square foot, but when you go into the ASCE 7, all that stuff, where you have to do snowdrift, you're going things that are top, you actually calculate the height of that snow based on the snowdrift. Are you intending this? I just want to be sure, because the way I read this, where you have snowdrift throughout the state, there's a lot of areas that have snowdrift. You'd have to be 12 inches above the snowdrift on that. If that's your intent, just want to be clear.
I never said snowdrift. I said
You say snow level. Snow level.
the anticipated snow level.
Yeah, we just need to define that term, I think, a bit better as to how someone looks that up. And maybe it's understood in Spokane as 12, but you know, how is it in Snoqualmie Pass?
I can find out where that definition comes from and who it came from, and I can get that information for you.
That'd be great, because I think
I didn't know it was such a big deal, because here it's just a standard thing. I think Colville, it's 16 inches actually. And if you're up on top of Schweitzer, it's in the feet. So, okay.
Sounds good, Larry. And if you're able to get that reference over lunch,
I'll get
lunch, we might be able to consider this later today.
I'll do my best.
Okay, if not, we can consider it next 2 weeks from now.
I have to break away to do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Should we have a motion to postpone then? Or
motion to postpone until end of meeting. I don't know, today. I think Larry could probably find it pretty quick during lunch.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll second.
And second. All right.
By Lisa.
All right. All in favor of the motion postpone, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. 289 will be considered later today if we can get the information for a reference for that. Okay, we are on to 209, Nick O'Neill.
Yeah, hi, this is Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, co-proponent on this proposal. Nick's not here today. He was the lead on this, so I'll just very briefly introduce it. This is the one that Johnny mentioned just a couple of proposals ago, that he withdrew his proposal in deference to this one. So since he was nice enough to do that, and because he talked with Nick pretty extensively on these proposals that had similar requirements in this area, I think it'd be nice. I can turn over to him and let him go into some of the technical details, since he ceded his time earlier. But yeah, at a pretty high level here, this proposal would require that alterations in certain space types install packaged single zone heat pumps RTUs when single zone package RTUs are being replaced. There is an option, there's a couple options actually, for either electric or gas equipment as that replacement. The gas replacement has some additional fan and economizer requirements, so that the from a site efficiency, energy perspective, they are having equal efficiency. Similar proposal to this has been heard and moved through other arenas, specifically Title 24 in California. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. And I don't know if you need to recognize Johnny to carry on the conversation if he wants to go into any more detail.
Go ahead, Johnny. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have much else to add. I think that Some of these changes were made after having a conversation with Greg, who I'm sure has some comments. And I think that this is a better approach than the approach that I had because it's just more straightforward. And I think that the fact that it gives two options, one for a central AC replacement with a VFD or with a variable speed fan, I think allows for a lot of instances in which a heat pump maybe not, maybe there's instances where the heat pump isn't the smartest option. So then I think that option kind of answers a lot of those cases. And hopefully I can answer questions. I see a bunch lined up, but if not, then we'll have to ask Nick some future meeting.
All right, thanks. Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Should we have a little more discussion first? Because I had a couple modifications.
No, motion was made. I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so I mean, I've started working with Nick and Johnny on this, but I dropped off at the end just because I had my hands full of 279, so I didn't fully. But there's a couple things I'm just seeing now real quick is on the exceptions, the wording of that existing service panel. I think we need to say not main service panel or we need to talk about branch circuiting, just merely because if you don't have the branch circuiting to the device, so basically the conduit, if the conduit going up to the roof can't really house new wires, it could be a pretty big deal. So and I could email an exact even terminology. I dig in my email real quick, I can find that and email that in. But we need to talk about that. And then secondly is, I don't know if it's necessary. The professional engineer is not necessarily necessary because there's a lot of like trades folks are allowed to look at the National Electric Code and check the wire sizing. And so if they had a higher, when they're doing a replacement, if they had to hire a PE for that, that would be fairly onerous. So I mean, those were the two main changes I would suggest. And I can pull that up in just a second on what better terminology would be.
I don't feel empowered to accept any friendly amendments on this because this isn't my proposal. I think that I would defer to Kevin Rose.
Yeah, and I'm likewise, with Nick being the lead proponent on this, somewhat in the same position. I think I'd prefer to hear the tag discussion on this and sort of let folks vote how they will.
Yeah, so just to be clear, once someone puts a proposal forward, the tag can do whatever they want with it, and it doesn't. We want to hear from the proponent and hear their wishes and their intents, but the tag can make any modifications that the tag feels are the right things to do, and we'll vote on them. So, Greg, you're free to propose an mandatory motion or some other thing if you want.
Yeah, I was if you give me let other people speak first, and then I'll dig up the exact wording for the amendment.
Sounds good. And can you email those, Krista, when you have that wording?
Yes, I will.
That'd be awesome. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, appreciate this proposal. I do have, I guess, two questions. The first one is when I look at SZAC, which is single zone air conditioner with furnace and variable speed fan. A variable speed fan, how I view that is infinitely, or maybe let's just say 0 to 100%, maybe not 0%, but 8% to 100% fan, right? So it could variable its rate of speed. But then I read in the upper section that you're asking for staging of the fan. So I mean, you could buy multiple stage fans. can you just expand on that a little bit? Just making sure we got the language right and there's no, like, you want a variable speed fan for SZAC, right? When I read like the minimum speed at stage one shot, like stage one, like what does that mean to you?
That's a good point. And this might be getting a little in the details of if the the air conditioner that's at stage one.
Because you could buy like a 3-stage fan, right? And I don't think that's what you want.
No, it's a VFD fan. I don't know if I can answer that. This is borrowing directly from California code, so I don't know.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to get nuances. I just want to make sure
No,
people.
it's a good question.
The second one is it really, I'm going to vote yes on this. I'm just going to make sure you understand this. Is just making sure the cost. We did capture the cost at the changes of this one in the bottom, right? Or it will be captured. Because this is more expensive, right? If you go and put a variable speed fan, there's an uptick in cost related to. It makes sense why you put a variable speed. I'm a proponent of putting that in. It saves a lot of energy. But has a cost for like a 5-ton single zone air conditioner, now furnace, and an add. Oh yeah, there you go. All right, look at that. That's what I was looking for.
And
Appreciate that.
I didn't work with Nick on this original proposal, so I don't know about. I can't answer any questions about the cost information here because I wasn't involved in that analysis. But it looks like it came from the Tile 24 analysis, which I also referenced. So
no issues. I would just make sure everyone here understands though that there could be some get arounds on by a staging of the fans and just buying a multi-stage fan instead of a VFD fan. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Ian.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm actually a comment about that section, second paragraph down in C503, where it starts with air conditioners. It states air conditioners with furnaces or dual fuel heat pumps complying with the table using variable speed fan controls shall be designed to vary indoor fan flow rate as a function of the load. But then it goes on further to talk about 2 stages, one being for ventilation, one being for heat cool. And I think that part, function of the load, is maybe a little misleading. I think it should read function of the mode, like I just said, which is explained later in that paragraph, that for ventilation, it has a speed to dial down to minimum. And then the other speed is to meet heating and cooling loads. So I don't know if the proponents can take that as a friendly amendment to switch from load to mode, but I think it makes the intent of that paragraph more clear. Thank you.
Are there suggested specific changes?
Yeah, I don't feel empowered to accept friendly amendments because it's not my proposal, but I think that's a reasonable. It seemed reasonable, but I'm not the proponent.
You're not the proponent, but I mean, anyone can propose changes. So if Ian, if you like that change, we'll write it on the screen and then somebody will make a motion to accept it or not accept it. So
can I make that motion to amend now?
I think how I'd like to handle it is just make the change. And then when we go through all the comments, we'll have a bunch of changes and then we can decide if we like all of them or some fraction of them or something like that. So I don't think we need a motion right now to accept a specific word change, but if you do have a specific change, let's write it on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Hoyt.
Yeah, one thing, and this is just asking, I always find this confusing working in the building code all the time. When you say inclusive, you're really just meaning uses, right? So the building code has occupancy classifications and uses. Are you saying any other uses in an A3 or those like that don't fall under that? And I would like to change that instead of inclusive would be uses. Or are you talking about all A3s and you're just giving an example of one? Maybe you could just clarify that. Does that make sense? Does people understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. It's not like we don't have a column here that says exclusions, which if you put in an exclusion, maybe you'd say everything except libraries. I'm not sure what it means. Good catch.
Yeah, does this mean only A3 libraries or?
I think that's the intent. I think it's only applies to these occupancy groups. And I think that was.
Only applies to libraries for A3.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. That is my understanding, because this is based off of data collected in the California code. And California doesn't have the same occupancy classification. They just kind of named out all the different occupancy, but what is listed as inclusions here. So it may be only libraries that fall under A3 would be included. But if that's confusing or gets kind of like a little murky, because maybe there's a building that's an A3 building that's somewhere between a library and a different kind of building, then maybe that's confusing. I don't know.
Yeah, I would change inclusions to uses. So then it actually matches it. So if you have an A3 and the use is a library, you have to use replacements and equipment. That's how I look at the code. It could just be, maybe other people look at it different, but that's how I would enforce it here at the city of Tacoma. If it said inclusive, that means, well, that you're just telling me, well, libraries are in there, but all other A3s also applies too. You're just giving an editorial thing to try to tell me that you're just giving an example of a library. It's inclusive in the A3, if that makes sense. And, like Bs, you can have Bs that could fall under other occupancies for XYZ reasons. That's why I think I would just change inclusive to uses, but other people could add some input on that too. I'm sure there's market on there.
And then it's limited to only the listed uses?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, okay. So I think it should be very, very clear in that, and it should be maybe more like included uses or something like that, or something specific in that. Limited to uses or something like that.
I'll chime in if I can. I think the intent here was to model the format of the DOS table, which has similar, inclusions. It also has an exclusions, or exempted is the terminology used there. So that could be used as a model here if folks find that format is, well understood and useful here. But yeah, to confirm what people have already said, yeah, the intent is that only the items included under inclusions is what this applies to, and that's because that's the scope of what the analysis that undergirds this proposal analyzed.
Okay, so I would suggest that instead of inclusions, we have included uses. So it's more clear that it's just these ones right here. All right, we'll go to Lisa and then Greg. So go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thanks. I did a quick search in the code. There is a section in the code. I'd have to go look at the 2024. In the 2021, it's C403.8.5.1 fan airflow control. And item number 1 there, it talks about direct expansion and chilled water cooling units, and it indicates it shall have not fewer than 2 stages of fan control, And then it gives parameters regarding the low or minimum speed, can't be greater than 66% of full speed. So there's a lot of information here. This is pretty old language. I think it's gone back at least 2 code cycles, maybe further back. And so my only question would be for the proponent, who unfortunately is not here today, would be, you know, is there some redundancy going on here between this proposed language and what's already existing language in the code, just making sure there's no conflicts. I've not had time to really go dig into both to make sure that this new language doesn't supersede what's in section C403, but for C503, everything under C503, it needs to comply with C403. So I just think we need to be careful that we don't have conflicting language between the 2 sections.
Thanks, Lisa. Feel like we might need to postpone this. Not the proponent, incorporate our comments. We might be able to deal with it today, so we'll keep that in mind. Greg, do you want to go through your modifications?
Yeah, so first off, the note I had about the branch circuiting was a moot point because it looks like Nick did pick that up after all. I was looking at an old version, but I did, if you expand that comment that Krista has on the side, and you can see in blue, they basically say the same thing that what Nick wrote in his blue statement and what I did, but I did pick up a couple extra suggested exceptions we should have included. One would be if we have failing equipment that requires immediate replacement. I mean, that's important because maybe we don't have the economizer and variable fans. It may not be readily available, and we don't want to have someone's heating system saying, sorry, you got to wait a couple weeks to get heat back on. We know your equipment failed, but you're without heat for a couple weeks in the middle of the winter. That'd be pretty bad. Pipes would freeze and things would break. And then the second one was supplemental or standby use. That's just intended to cover, I mean, if the unit is only supplemental heating and it's not intended to run, or especially on this backup, like if you happen to have a redundant system, which I don't know necessarily, we're talking about small systems, and I don't know of many small commercial facilities that necessarily have full redundancy. That might be rare, but we don't want to ignore that situation when people have redundancy and it's not intended to run. And then lastly would be, and I don't know if this is a problem or isn't, and maybe the mechanical engineers could weigh in, but I don't want to unnecessarily, if the size of the equipment increases unnecessarily, that you have to make major modifications to the curb. That would be a concern. So maybe people can weigh in on whether they think these suggested exceptions are valid or not.
Go ahead and raise your hand if you have feedback for Greg. Dwayne.
So this is the one about the failing equipment is something I'm trying to address with mine. It's a very difficult situation, but we've had this in our code for a while and discovered that basically that ends up being carte blanche for everybody. Facilities managers just learned that you could just, all you have to do is just say it's failing, and as building officials, we're not really in a position to say, oh, no, it's not. We don't. And so basically it just says anybody can just say, well, our boilers are going, we have to replace them. And often, since people have multiple boilers, they rotate them. So in fact, they do all tend to fail at the same time. And so anyway, that ends up being a way to never upgrade in the real world, as we've discovered.
Do you have any suggested additions to it, like, and you don't have another permit open for working on the system, or I mean?
Well, what we'd attempted to do, we said, okay, you can do this no more. You can do one piece of equipment no more frequently than once every 2 years, and people simply just scheduled equipment replacements around that. It's because we're with things like this, we're asking for people to use the occasion of having to replace something as the occasion, the trigger to say, now you got to upgrade. We're going to move towards our state goals. But of course, every facility will want to not do that. It's more expensive and it's disruptive and causes lots of other problems. So so anyway, even the once every 2 years rule did not help.
Thanks, Dwayne. And did you say you had a proposal that addressed this, that addressed the failing equipment?
Yeah, except I'm really sorry, Shel, but given the passage of 279 at the top of the meeting, I'm going to have to ask to pull mine back to modify the language to fit our new structure.
Okay. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I was going to speak in support of an emergency replacement for a single unit, just to kind of bring focus back to the scope of this proposal. This is units in that 5 to 6 tons range and smaller. And this could be, I'm thinking of those small businesses in the strip mall. Maybe they have just one 4-ton unit on the roof. So I think it would be appropriate because that could be their only source of heating for that tenant. And I think they need an option to get some heating and cooling back up and running quickly. So I'm speaking in support of that exception for an emergency replacement. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And I guess that assumes that the emergency replacement couldn't use this section, or that it would take more time or more something to use this section. Could you explain why it would take, why you couldn't do an emergency replacement, or why this section wouldn't allow a replacement?
I could answer that real quick, like Chell. So a lot of times it's an extra option to have the variable speed or the economizer thing on the unit, and that's not a standard stock item at the supply house. And so when you need a replacement, you're like, oh, that's a special order item. Shoot, we're gonna have to wait a few weeks for it to come in from the manufacturer.
Okay. If this was a code requirement, do you think manufacturers would stock variable speed?
No, not always. They're really slow. So at least in my experience on stuff, supply houses are very slow at stocking things, and that often doesn't happen. And then usually what would happen is someone can't get it, and they would just say, "I need to do it anyways," and their code official will then just sign off on it, and it just gets done.
Okay, thanks. Johnny.
What's the definition of an emergency replacement?
I think
Well, I think he's got it. I think
It's a rhetorical.
Yeah.
I think you've got it up there already. Just says it's failing and it needs immediate replacement, which in the real world does happen.
Yeah.
I'll jump in on this because I heard what was interesting language, or at least an idea, but I don't know who said it, is that clearly a true emergency would be if there's a single piece of heating equipment that serves the building, and that single piece of equipment has failed, meaning the building now has no heat. That is definitely an emergency. But if they have 3 staged boilers and one of the boilers is at the end of its useful life, is that an emergency? So it's a perspective that we might consider with regards to what do we define as an emergency.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
Yeah, I've sent some stuff to Krista, so and what I can get in a reasonable time frame here. That's
For the
right
roof
now.
curb?
What? Yeah, for the roof curb.
Height, snow height.
Okay, and then also the problem is, like Greg says, is getting a piece of equipment that's going to fit the curb that you got and the right voltage. And there's very little stocked here in Spokane anymore. And the reason why is because there's such a wide gambit of what we need to do out in the field. And the people in Spokane are stocking stuff for Idaho, Montana, and every place else. You just can't stock everything. And the elitist in Washington, they're not going to stock that because those are all custom built pretty much. Okay, nobody, they're going to take the more standard efficiency than the super high efficiency one and stock it because the odds of them selling it are slim and none. Um, then then becomes availability from the factory. Sometimes, a lot of times, we're waiting 8 months to get a rooftop, okay, of what you guys are requiring, minimum. And here's the reason why is they don't have this. Most of the rest of the country isn't requiring this. And so they have to go to their equipment manufacturers and get the parts and pieces to build the unit. And all those have long time frames to get their stuff because a lot of this stuff comes from Germany or outside the country that you guys are specting. And so it takes a long time for that stuff to get here to the States so they can actually do the assembly and then test it and get it out to us. So it's not unusual for 8 months. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I kind of liked the direction Lisa was going with, if there's spaces only fed by one system, then, and that system breaks and it's an emergency replacement, then it's an exception. I think the caveat is that this is for single zone replacements. So, you could have a large space that has multiple gas packs on its roof, with like multiple thermostats. And if one of them breaks, then, I mean, it's all sharing the same like air volume, but it's technically a different thermal zone. If that pack were to break, then it's possible that the building wouldn't be able to, the other equipment would have to work hard while you're replacing that one, but it's not impossible. I think that it's a situation where you might have like a wall dividing different thermal spaces. That might get a little more complicated if it's like multiple tenants in a building that each have their own system. But I kind of like the direction Lisa was going, if you're going to create an exception at all, which I don't necessarily think is necessary.
And the exception that Lisa mentioned would be where a space is served by a single appliance. Is that kind of what you're
Yeah,
thinking?
and you're unable to get one of the two options here.
Okay, I am going to suggest that we have some, that we probably should postpone this, and that the Nick O'Neill should probably rewatch this recording and see what we're saying here. Larry, do you have anything to add to that?
What I'd add is there might be multiple rooftops on the building, but most of them go to multiple areas in the building for multiple offices. It's very rare that, that you'd call it emergency from Amazon warehouse, okay? Because, or a Lowe's store. But where I see it happening is you would have multiple offices, which we have a lot of them here that have dedicated rooftops for those offices. And when it gets extremely cold here, that becomes very hard to function. And then you have the strategy of you've got wet sprinklers up in that attic, okay, a lot of times. And we're trying to keep those sprinklers thawed out so they don't freeze. And without heat there to keep them sprinklers lines from freezing, we're going to have failures. And those failures are thousands of gallons of water damage. It's unbelievable if you've ever seen it. It's just unbelievable the damage water can do from a sprinkler system. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, so we're probably I'm gonna suggest that someone makes a motion to postpone this. So we're providing any additional feedback for Nick in any revision of this. Go ahead, Ian.
That was where I was going, Shell. Motion to postpone and send this draft that we worked on today. I think it was valuable input. If we can send that to Nick and discuss it, postpone till next meeting. Thank you.
Isn't there a current motion to improve already, though?
Postpone takes priority.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I gave the original motion to approve, so I'll second the postpone. I guess that supersedes.
It supersedes, yep. Okay. We have a motion to postpone in a second. Larry, go ahead.
One other thing you might think about, anything that you're going to replace with today is going to be dramatically better than what it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, all in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we've now postponed that one. 267 Johnlin, and then we're going to take a lunch break in about 10 minutes, depending upon how this goes.
Or not. This is what I had, this and the parallel one that's water heating has a lead paragraph that mentions the fossil fuel compliance path, and I'm not sure anymore how this whole thing interacts with the with the content we've just passed today. And so I have to ask to, I hate to do this to you, Chell, but I have to ask to postpone this one and 270 on water heating later, unless you wanted to get into discussing it at all now.
Why don't we go through the intent of it, and then, or unless you think the intent would be somewhat different.
Let me give a 2-minute overview, and you can just the basic idea is that the current exception 7, which you can barely see at the top of the screen there, stricken, is basically allows perpetual replacement with the same gas or electric resistance boilers and furnaces with the same type forever, which just makes the whole lead paragraph up there meaningless. And we've been grappling with this in Seattle for a while, but we want to find some way to move forward, have the code move us forward out of replacing stuff with old style EPCA minimum equipment, and never bring our existing building stock up to higher efficiency or lower GHD. So this is modeled off this current Seattle code, and it basically says you got to comply with 403.1.4, which is our heat pump heating system, or one of the exceptions. And then to deal with the inevitable problems, we had a few categories of major exceptions, including that list you see there of 4 different categories of buildings. That these were chosen because they have unique, typically financing problems that are difficult to deal with, and the number 2 is it's the idea was you can keep half of your existing gas or electric resistance and just replace the other half with heat pump and set it up to be the first stage of heating. And as it turns out, that would make the heat pump basically your main heating source, 90% of the year. And for situations like we were just discussing, number 3 just says you can do a temporary replacement of 100% of your stuff, and then you have to provide us some evidence that within 4 years you're gonna get the heat pump in there to do at least that 50% that you'd otherwise be required to do. And then there was also something in case this upgrade would require you to build a new vault or trench across traffic lanes, or have a really expensive electrical upgrade. that would also get you excused. And then there's finally this list of equipment that's pretty much exempt already in our current code. So there were different ways to work around this. It still means that building owners are up against, as their equipment is failing, they're up against decisions that they're going to have to spend some serious money to upgrade their system to something significantly more efficient. That was my quick summary of this whole thing, the way it's designed.
Dwayne, and this is similar to Seattle language, is that?
Yes.
True. Okay. And is this at all relevant to the BPS discussion of
Well,
statewide?
We're working. This was intended to work in parallel with the state BPS and Seattle's BEPS policy as well. In that, we're saying, yeah, it's going to be difficult to make these upgrades. We want you to do it at the time that you're replacing major equipment anyway, because there's never going to be a better time than economically than when you were going to be investing a bunch of money anyway.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Dwayne suggested that we postpone this. I'm fine with that. I think that's probably the right thing to do. Let's take a few comments for Dwayne, if you want to make them, so that he can make this even better than he's already going to make it. All right, thanks. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is very well done, what Dwayne put together here, because it's comprehensive, with many different alteration scenarios, and I think it's very well organized. Keep in mind that the 279 proposal that was approved this morning, it doesn't get into section C500 at a comprehensive level. I'd have to go back and look at Greg's proposal. I know that Johnny's proposal didn't get into it, and primary reason for that was because we were going to be discussing section 500 today. So I don't know if there would be benefit to go ahead and approve language today, so that that language can then be incorporated into 279 in the same manner that we already did, which is, taking proposals that were approved and folding them into 279. So kind of rambling there, but I think you get my point, is that if we have to postpone anything that isn't captured in 279, we'd have to postpone all the section 500 proposals. And I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I just need an hour and a strong cup of coffee to sit down and read through Greg's work and see what would have to change to get this to fit in. I recognize this is not perfect, but man, I challenge anybody to come up with anything else that moves us forward and doesn't come up with these kind of issues. But maybe Greg's about to explain everything to us.
Sure. Well, I will say that this is by far the most comprehensive that at least I've seen in the package. So, maybe Greg's is more comprehensive, but yeah, this proposal it does a really good job of picking up many scenarios. So I'm very much in support of it.
Thanks, Lisa. And you were suggesting we approve it and then kind of reconcile it through the work group. And I think that's, I guess, a reasonable thing to do. We've done a couple where we postponed them and then reconcile them with a work group, and then work group will bring it back. But we could also pass it and reconcile it as well. I guess that's a decent option. Greg, go ahead.
So I had two things. One is this is standalone and doesn't need reconciliation with 279. So they're two separate issues, at least from my reading. I mean, you may want to review through Dwayne and make sure you update a reference or so, but this would be a completely separate thing, unrelated to 279. So we wouldn't want to intermix these. This would be standalone.
Yeah, I guess what I meant was 279 as passed eliminates the fossil fuel path, and Dwayne said this makes reference to it. So I think that's a reconciliation that
yeah,
we were being talked.
Yeah, so I mean, he would need to maybe reconcile his proposal, but I would view this as be out of scope of 279, and so this would be something that he'd want to work on separately if he, you know, what I mean, update. Secondly, I do have a big concern about this because if you were to obtain a bunch of credits, like you did a bunch of extra effort to add extra windows, higher, I mean, lower U factors, lower your UA value, lower your air leakage, and do add solar panels and do all that to your roof, and then all of a sudden, and so you were able to make the same energy efficiency targets by doing all this extra building envelope stuff, and then all of a sudden, 15 years down the road, it's time to replace your equipment, and boom, now you're hit with, well, a mandate to replace your gas equipment that you worked so hard to do other efficiency measures. And so I don't see how that really remotely complies with EPCA, because it's basically means whatever you do to get your credits, you effectively, this bans fossil fuels. Whether it doesn't ban at the time you get to use them for 20 years, but now you'll perpetually be forced to upgrade your heating system and eliminate the fossil fuel. And so it's a delayed ban on fossil fuels.
And is everybody clear on what Greg's mentioning? If you, Chris, if you could scroll back to the lead paragraph on this, it is the way I had it set up was you either follow, 403.1.4 and or get one of those exceptions, or you could use that fossil fuel compliance path, which would mean what Greg was just mentioning, that you'd, if you weren't going to follow 403.1.4, then you'd need to do other stuff to get your enough credits to make it as efficient as if you had complied with 403.1.4. Whether we're going to still have the same constraints 15 years from now that we do today, I rather doubt. I think there'll be a whole new raft of constraints, but I can see the concern.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and this would apply regardless, even if we had gone the other 279 path or we maintained a fossil, which, well, we got rid of the fossil fuel path, but even if we maintain the fossil fuel path, the same issue, we're still dealing with the same issue. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're updating the references. The problem that you're making a perpetual thing where you can do everything you can to get all your credits, and now you basically mean in 20 years or whatever, when you replace your heating equipment, now you have to get rid of the gas anyways, or at least 50% of it, and then the next 20 years you get rid of the next 50%. So you've basically violated EPCA.
Okay, you've just given me a good idea then, Greg, that in my rewrite I could say, I could somehow make it clear that this applies to replacement of heating appliances that were installed prior to the implementation of this code version. So it wouldn't apply to more recently new replacement of new equipment that is going in from today forward.
The typical lifespan for HVAC equipment is about 20 years roughly.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what if someone complied under the 2021, and then when we get to 2041, I mean, we've made a lot of changes to the code. So would we exempt the 2021 equipment then, or is there a big penalty, like a big sleeping thing to rile its head and hurt the building?
Well, I fully intend to still be on the tag in 2041, and I'll work on it at that point. But at least this way, what I just suggested would allow this cycle that you were concerned with, where, because some equipment only lasts 8 or 10 years, right? So you were bringing up a concern that they could do things to make it possible to use gas equipment now, and then they'd have to do even more 10 years from now. And so I've got a fix for that.
And as far as what happens 20 years from now, it's going to be a whole different world. So I'm not, and we don't have to in this group deal with how the code will look in 20 years.
Yeah, 2041 is pretty far away. Okay, it is lunchtime. We're gonna come back and leave your hands up. We're gonna take more comments on this, but we are adjourned, or we are in recess until 12:35. So see you in 15 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are discussing Dwayne Johnland proposal 267. Dwayne suggested that he wants to postpone it and refine it. We could do something else with it as well. We're taking comments on it right now. So I said I'd get it to the people in the order in which their hands were raised. So Larry, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm all for efficiency, but this goes so far beyond what's even physically possible. A lot of times we have a lot of churches over here that are stone built. And if you put a heat pump in there, you won't have enough heat to heat the place, period, because of the loss through the walls and the single glass, stained glass that they have. And then we have the schools over here that are in the same ballpark. The best thing we can do is insulate where we can, and do it. Otherwise, you're going to put people into equipment. You're going to spend easily $1 million on these buildings. And these people don't have the money to spend. Now, if you want to take it out of your own pocket and give it to them, that's another thing. But they don't have this kind of money to do these kind of retrofits. A lot of them are all heating from steam over here. And steam by itself isn't that bad when you look at, you don't have any pumps running it. We run at a lot of times 2 pounds and under, and it circulates through the whole piping system, delivers a high BTU heat where you need it to keep the people comfortable. And you're just talking millions and millions of dollars here, and that people just don't have, and especially in the Hilliard area or up on the South Hill, even some of those big cathedrals on the South Hill, they don't have that kind of money to come in here and redesign something that the building was never built for to begin with. I mean, and there's buildings like that. The best thing we can do is, first, we need to get engineers involved to see if the roof can take the extended roof loads that would be put upon it when the snow comes, and then build those roofs so they can take the load, and then insulate them. That's the best money spent by far. And to require these people to change the way the equipment was. We've got boilers in 1945. We just had them completely scanned. They're in as good a shape as the day they were put in. And we're getting them up to 85% efficient. And without any other pumps running, gravity coming back to the boiler, you're splitting hairs here, okay? And especially in buildings like that are over here. And there's no provisions in here to do this. And a lot of these buildings down around here don't have a stitch of insulation in them. And for good reason sometimes, because if they did, the roofs would cave in, especially on a high snow level that we do get. I mean, it's not unusual to get 2 or 3 feet of snow in one big weekend or 1 week here. It hasn't been in a while, but it's going to be here again. And so we got to give these people the ability to do the best they can with what they got, but not to totally revamp everything at extreme costs. This is just ridiculous. Thank you.
And could I just respond quickly to Larry? Glad you brought up those points. The the churches and schools you mentioned are nonprofits, so those are exempted, as are STEAM systems. Thank you.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of other ones that I haven't even thought of, Dwayne, over here in this area, and they're not exempt. And these businesses, they fight every day to make a turn a profit. And I don't think you understand what it takes to turn a profit and keep employees in business. Okay. We don't have
Jay, we're not
extreme,
accusing other people of things.
we don't have extreme funding to keep these places going. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Hoyt, I don't want to spend too much time on this.
Mine's real quick. I just want to, on the stuff, you're tying a lot of that stuff to the fee structures for Seattle and stuff like that. Remember, a lot of other jurisdictions have different fee structures and stuff. Some of your reasoning statement and some of it. I just wanted to make sure you just keep the Seattle fee structure out of there, because every city has ordinances for their own fee structures. That was all I was going to say. It's very, very minor.
Thanks, Hoyt. Is there a reference to Seattle's fee structure in here?
Yeah, if you go up, you have to, I can't see it in front of me right now.
Okay.
There was a place where it talked about the cost or something. Oh, shoot. I had
Okay,
it.
well, you made the comment, and if Dwayne revises this, he has heard you.
Yeah, it's just a fee subtitle. It was something of a fee subtitle. That's what it was, something like that.
Okay. Thanks. Lisa?
Yeah, just quick comment, just FYI to Dwayne. So there's another proposal. It was my proposal number 155 that was approved on April 11th. And that proposal captures the MBPE committee's opinion about what a new building mechanical system is and what is, this one in your proposal, the title is addition or replacement of heating appliances. And in my proposal 155, it clarifies that this section is actually the replacement or additional space heating appliances, and the definition now, or the language in the provision says, where an existing mechanical space heating appliance is replaced with a new appliance or a new heating appliance is added to increase the total heating capacity existing, serving existing thermal zone. So just as an FYI, I don't know if that affects your proposal that much, but it is a scope definition that will be layered on top of your proposal if it's approved. So just FYI.
Thanks, Lisa. Ian?
Yeah, I was really just kind of echoing the same concerns with this proposal as others have stated. When you're talking replacement in an existing building like this, it's really hard to pinpoint what it's going to cost to meet these provisions that the proponent has outlined. And if you look later on in their economic analysis, it approximates on one system type and size and an approximate dollar value, but this is very complicated, and I'm concerned that a lot of occupancies and a lot of systems types, there could be very expensive systems as a result of this, and just wanted to express that concern as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Eric?
Yes, Eric Vandermeer with Delta E Consulting. Comments regarding exception 5A. That exception as written is very unclear as to what it applies to. Right now it only says electric duct heaters. And so this means that, every residential building that has an electric heater that might be sized, greater than what's allowed in Chapter 4, cannot replace that electric heater right now. So if they have, 1.5 kW electric heater in their living room, they can't replace it like for like with a, if the code only allows 1 kW heater.
How does that work? I'm looking at that exception, and
it seems to just exempt what you're.
It does not. It says electric duct heaters only. It does not say electric heaters. It doesn't say electric radiant heaters, unit heaters. There's all types of electric heaters that are not included in that.
I think we took this from existing language, right? Isn't that what's already in the code? Those exceptions?
Yeah, I think and I've provided comments. I did provide comments in regards to the I-2066 legislation, that this needs to get fixed. So we can look at my fixes in there, but yeah, this is a problem in the current code. And it needs to get fixed as soon as possible. We have places that have electric freeze protection for sprinkler rooms, and there isn't enough allowance to replace those. There's places, buildings with single pane glass out there, and they can't go replace their system. So yeah, it's a problem that needs to get fixed in the current code and in the 2024 code. Yes.
And you've got you said you sent in language with regards to a different proposal earlier. Could you send that to me?
Yeah, I sent that in with the 2066 proposals, because it was found, that this language just isn't working. So I can find that proposal and send to you.
And if anybody's interested in going forward with this, I did send just now to Krista and to Chell some what my proposed fix would be in bold there. And that also catches that little thing that I found earlier on the fee subtitle. Sorry about that one.
Yeah, I guess the current code has the exception 7, which is a little bit broader. So so there is kind of an out in the current code for the same equipment type, which works in a lot of cases, but doesn't work in all cases. There's one project that has the electric radiant ceiling, and they just want to replace it with a standard electric heater, and so you can't replace things just like for like. So I did provide some new language for this, and I'll forward it to Dwayne.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So what I've just said is, got rid of the fossil fuel compliance path rules, and where you see in bold print there, stricken that stuff, and just said you look up in the I forgot to put the table reference number in there, but in Greg's new table, what credits were offered for 5A air source heat pump minimum efficiency, and you could do that instead of complying with C 403.1.4. So that would be my fix, and I think Krista scrolled by it, but down below I'd also earlier fixed that reference to the fee subtitle.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Hey, Dwayne, you said this is already in the Seattle code. Could you email me that? I'd sure like to read what's in that Seattle code.
It's real easy to find online. The section is in the Seattle Energy Code on the Seattle Energy Code website.
So is it the same section number?
I think so. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so earlier we said we might postpone this because Dwayne needed to go back and get some language. Dwayne has now gotten that language and sent it in, and we see it on the screen. So we could postpone this, we could do something else with it.
Somebody could make a motion.
Exactly.
I would make a motion to postpone it to give people time to talk to Dwayne about it a little more, and see what maybe we can come up with a better consensus. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone. Is there a second? I did not
I'll
hear any.
second.
Okay, I did. Who was that? Was that Andy?
This is Lisa.
Lisa, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to postpone this. I don't see any more hands up. All in favor, go ahead.
I would just say that we've already postponed a huge amount of stuff to next week and probably have about a 10-hour meeting worth of stuff still to go, right? So maybe it makes more sense to just vote on something and people could propose fixes later if they need to. Or maybe you'll just vote this down entirely, but
I agree with Dwayne. I think you could vote.
Okay. We have a motion. The motion is to postpone this. Let's do a roll call vote on the motion to postpone. A yes vote would be to postpone it. A no vote would be to continue discussing it right now.
Okay, Marty Brennan. Marty, are you there?
I don't see Marty in the, oh yeah, I do see a Marty.
Yeah. Kim Barker?
No.
Dwayne Johnlin?
no.
Eric Bedell? Are you back? Is Nick Massey there? Nope. Okay. Sean Vig?
No.
Greg Johnson?
Yes.
Nathan Miller?
No.
Ian Casey?
Yes.
Poppy Storm?
No.
Larry Andrews?
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau?
Yes.
Irina, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. No.
No, okay. Sloan, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. No.
Luke Howard? It doesn't look like Luke's here. Marcus Furta?
No.
And Deepa?
No.
Okay, motion failed 4-9.
Motion to approve as modified on the screen.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as modified on the screen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Marcus. Okay, we have a motion to approve as modified. In a second. So we'll vote in a minute. Go ahead, Greg.
I just want to highlight that this is very, very much in violation of EPCA. And if I-26/6 were to come back, this would be in violation of that. And also the negative consequence of this is when you take an old building and someone wants to improve, let's say they have a 1950s oil boiler, they're gonna, if they want to improve it, they'll be like, well, I can't do that because I can't get the credits. And so they'll opt to keep on running their 1950s oil boiler that's like 60% efficient instead of upgrading to some 95% efficient thing. So they're going to consume more energy because this would make it too onerous to upgrade anything in the building. And also when you had a change of, I mean, this would also encourage people to tear down old historic buildings. and build new, because there's no way that you can possibly comply with replacing everything and meet these requirements. It's just not possible. And so we're forcing historic buildings to be torn down. So I don't, I mean, this is going way too far, and I don't see this as being even remotely viable. Jurisdictions are either going to not enforce it altogether, or it's going to be where it is enforced, we're going to tear down old buildings.
Thanks, Greg. All right, well, we have a motion, and the motion is to approve. Let's take a roll call vote on the motion. A yes vote is to approve this as modified. A no vote would be to essentially disapprove it or possibly continue discussion.
Okay, Marty Brennan. Marty, are you there? Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Sorry, yes.
Eric Bedell. Nope, not here. Okay. Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Ian Casey,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Cesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-4.
So everybody, the motion carries 9-4. We passed a modified version of 267. We are on to 254, Ben Amara. Ben, are you here?
I am.
All right. I see Johnny's hand up. Johnny, did you want to?
Yeah, I just need to step away, and I don't think anything else is going to come up related to the proposal that we discussed earlier, but I'm stepping out for the rest back. So just so you know.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. Ben, you have the floor to talk about 244.
Great. Thanks, Jill, and thanks, Tag. And yeah, just to note, this is proposal number 244 regarding table C503.4.7. And this is hopefully a fairly straightforward change to remove language identifying electric or internal resistance from items 1 and 2 in the equipment type compliance options for these two types of equipment. So again, talking about the topic of equipment replacement, and to align with what was had been previously approved in a modification to C403.1.4.5. However, as this table would still exist, even if the C403 section would be going away per the previous discussion, I do feel this is still relevant and could stand on its own outside of that change for the section that's being referenced. So this would just clarify that the supplemental heating in the compliance options are not limited to internal or electric resistance. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Go ahead, Greg.
So we passed a proposal 207. that actually did essentially the same thing, but slightly different. So instead of striking the words electric resistance, we just had or fossil fuel after it for the first one. And then the second line, we struck the word resistance. And then we also struck the climate zones 4 and 5. So that's proposal 207 that was already passed.
All right, and I haven't reviewed that one, but if that is the case, I would be happy to withdraw this proposal.
Krista, is it possible to pull the other one up on the screen just side by side and see if that, so everyone can quickly see if that.
Give me a sec.
I have it on the screen, and Greg's memory is correct. We passed a tag modified version of the proposal that includes the same table with or fossil fuel under 2 under air cooled unitary heat pumps, and then strikes resistance and in climate zone 4 or 5 and number 2 package terminal.
It's at the bottom of that proposal that you have right there.
And that was a Greg Johnson proposal.
Hence why I know why it existed.
And I guess, so yeah, seeing that, I definitely don't have an objection about withdrawing the proposal on the left, or right, excuse me. However, is 207, will that be affected by what the tag decided for 279?
No, it should not be affected. But I mean, you do capture one thing that I missed was in the line item 1, you struck internal resistance. And I missed doing that when it said supplemental heat. So it'd be worthwhile to capture that one. On the first part, you can see you had fourth line down from on the alternative compliance row right there. So you have that, and I missed that on mine.
So someone could make a motion to accept that part of this proposal only and disapprove the rest of it.
And I guess, Greg, kind of following the lead on yours, would it make sense to have that language match what you had modified for the system type 2, where
Yeah.
you've removed resistance in the climate zones?
Yes, it would make sense. Yeah.
I have a quick question. Is it internal resistance? I don't know, that I was wondering if that was a typo anyway.
Well, so mechanical systems for buildings, sometimes the supplemental heating is internal, sometimes it's separate. So a lot of times you might have a separate boiler or something. So it's not like residential, they'll often have it as, you know what I mean?
But wouldn't it be then internal electric resistance? Sorry. Maybe I'm
Striking the
missing
word
something.
internal makes it flexible, so you can do regardless how you're
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that because down in item 2, in the other proposal, it says shall be sized equal to the supplemental. Oh, that one, actually, that one's fine. Supplemental internal heating capacity, that one's fine. It's just the one above.
Yeah, so I think Krista's a step ahead of me here.
Yeah, she's picking it up. She gets it.
And I guess, Krista, would it make sense to have 244 just address system 1, item 1, and then leave the other items addressed by 207?
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do with the internal resistance heating capacity. If you want to leave it internal heating capacity or just supplemental heating capacity.
So I was going to propose modifying 244 to remove the edits to system 2, item 1, and system 1, item 2, and then modify the language in system 1, option 1. If that makes sense. So basically leave items that Greg has addressed in 207 to that proposal and not show those as being modified in 244.
All this shows is great minds think alike, I think, right, Ben?
There you go.
I'd kind of prefer to go ahead and mimic Greg's change in item 2, just so when I'm doing this a couple of months down the line, I'll remember to catch that and not change it back.
That's fine.
Yep, agreed. So yeah, whatever makes it easiest to track the kind of 2 changes in this area.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion to make this happen?
I'll make a motion to make it happen.
All right, the motion is to approve 244 for the first equipment type as modified. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have 244. It passed with that modification. Thanks, Ben. And we're off to 257. This is a Kevin Rose one. Kevin, are you around?
I am.
Yep. And just a note, after this, we'll get back to the Larry 289 one, the curb height. So just you're on deck, Larry. So go ahead, Kevin.
Yep. Kevin Rose with NIA. I'll preface this by saying that there may be some adjustments that are needed if this proposal is to be accepted based on the action taken on Dwayne's proposal. Is that 267 a couple proposals ago? But onto this proposal, the intent here is to extend the logic, the intent, at least the way that I read it in the code, to allow, the opportunity to replace existing equipment with better equipment in a variety of situations. There's that table C503.4.7 that we were just looking at in the last proposal, which lists by equipment type what those situations are, but there is no such case where a gas heat pump is proposed. That's probably just because that's not one of the heating types, equipment types that shows up in C403, which is how that table is organized. So the goal of this proposal is to clarify the situations when gas heat pumps can be used as that replacement equipment. That could be done by adding an exception, as I have here. Based on what I said earlier about the proposal that you just approved that significantly changes the section, it may be easier to reformat it as another row in that table, C503.4.7. I think that would be not too hard to do on the fly. But yeah, the goal here is to, our high performance HVAC team flag this as a potential barrier to gas heat pumps, say a situation where you have 4 boilers that are looking to be replaced, and the project may seek to want to replace them with 2 gas heat pumps and a boiler. The current code is I think at best unclear right now as to whether that is acceptable or not, and maybe it could be clarified. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Fine.
So I'm very concerned with this one, Kevin, and maybe I've misunderstood it wrong, but
it seems to say that it's making gas heat pumps with a COP of 1 at 47 degrees outside air temperature be equal to electric heat pumps, even though they're less than half as efficient. And so this seems to be taking the code backwards by putting in this exception that says you can straight across substitute this requirement for higher efficiency equipment with this COP of 1 at 47 degrees for a gas heat pump. Am I missing something?
I think if you look at the table C 503.4.7, there are the 2 rows for gas boilers and gas furnaces where the condition is you need to increase efficiency by 5%. Yeah, that's those rows 3 and 4 there. So another way of framing my intent with this proposal is to basically say, in those same situations where you would be using this sort of exception, is there any reason why you shouldn't also be able to put in a gas heat pump, which would be more efficient than those gas furnaces or gas boilers that you would be allowed to replace under items 3 and 4 here.
But 1.0 at 47 degrees, that's not even a gas heat pump level of efficiency. They're always talking about 1.3, right?
Yeah, I borrowed the 1.0 language, and I mentioned this in the proposal from I think Gary Hickinen put in a proposal to IECC with that language. So I used that as a I didn't want to leave it completely unspecified, but I think it's certainly reasonable to make sure that the performance criteria that is attached to how a gas heat pump is defined meets the tag intent of what's being delivered through that table.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, when you're talking about a gas-fired heat pump, you're talking about an absorption heat pump, is that correct? I'm just looking for a terminology, and that's what DOE refers them to. So I'm just making sure that I'm understanding what technology we're talking about.
I'd certainly be looking to include absorption heat pumps. I'll admit that the current language is not clear to that aspect.
Okay, so actually a different technology. I just did a quick search and I was trying to understand exactly what technology we're talking about, but okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Gary.
Yeah, maybe I can help just a little bit here. That CSC ANSI Z21 40.4 is a testing and rating method for gas-fired heat pumps, and it does include for both absorption and gas engine-driven heat pumps. That's number one. In regards to Dwayne has a partially good point there. I've recently been working with language for the IECC, and we've actually set the rating COP at 17 degrees for evaluation because of concerns that there will be enough capacity and good efficiencies at lower temperatures. So, but I'm kind of wondering if if this portion might be better addressed by adding a line to the table. You know, in addition to the other allowances there.
I guess I also have another question, which is, how does this play with 267 that we just passed? Because this has 8 exceptions in it. And this is the 8th exception. And all of the exceptions were stricken in 267. So I don't know where this exception would go in C503.4.7. Dwayne, since you are the author of 267, do you have a thought on that?
Is it possible to mute whoever's got their TV going? Okay, could you ask the question again?
Yeah, so this proposal includes an exception 8, which is directly under C503.4.7. In your version that we passed of 267, there are, you struck out all 8 exceptions and the main language, and then have different exceptions to different things. Does that play well with, does exception 8, as shown in the proposal we're considering now, play well, or where would it go within the 267 framework that you wrote?
It would, if we were going to approve this, it would probably go into that section, the exception that permits specific kinds of equipment, exempt systems. This is first I'm thinking about it, but that's where I would guess that such a thing would go. Exempt equipment. So maybe be just an item D on the bottom of that or something. I'd really need more than 10 seconds to try to smooth that out, but that's where we could park it for right now if it was going to go in. Which I'm still hoping it doesn't, because I'm not sure that it, in the current place, is not a rollback in efficiency for our code. Or probably even cleaner to just make it yet another item at the bottom of the list entirely, so that it was not tied up in that language.
Yeah, if the question is to me looking for a response, I agree that if this proposal is to go forward, it is likely cleanest to either put it in that table as a new line item to sort of make it cleanest amongst all the other language change, or potentially in that under that section 5 as a item D of sorts.
Okay. I just want the tag to know what they're voting for if they vote for it to approve it. So I guess, should it go in the table? Should it go as an item D under 5? I don't know. What are people's opinions about that?
I think it'd be more appropriate, oh, sorry, I didn't raise my hand, to put it in the table if we're going to include it.
Because it is a different mechanical system type or a different equipment type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Okay. Okay, I mean, that, at least the TEG would know what they're voting on if they voted on to approve this.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's not an exception to all the provisions that are listed in this section. It's part of
it's
the
just
alternative
a
path.
different
Yeah.
type of appliance.
Yeah, it's a compliance option, just like the rest.
This is only, that's what I would say too. This high temperature.
Okay, thanks. Larry, go ahead, Larry. Gary, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, if you'd like, and I think, putting it down in the table may be better and just adding a line item there. And if you'd like, I could incorporate this, at least the language portion in with some of the work that we've agreed to do for gas heat pumps and how they fit into the 279 construct to make sure that kind of the language and the requirements are consistent between the two. So I suppose what the tag could do is to put it down in the table with the knowledge that maybe the language or requirements would be tweaked a little bit based upon what we come up with for the rest of the issues around gas heat pumps.
That sounds reasonable. Thanks, Gary. Larry.
I don't see how you can't see that this is more efficient than a standard 80% furnace. I mean, you got a multiplier of 1 co-op. It means for every dollar you spend, you get $1 worth of energy back. And you got to remember the gas-fired heat pump doesn't need to be defrost like a normal heat pump. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, some people think that this is it's good to put it in this table. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I'd recommend, and thanks for everyone for finding what I think is a better place for this to go than how I proposed. I wanted to take what Gary mentioned earlier about the rating point being not at 47 degrees, but was it at wasn't it 5 degrees? What was it? Was it 17? I think we should be consistent with sort of the latest and what is being implemented in other codes there. And, to ensure that there is sufficient capacity when you're doing the heating.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Eric.
So would you also put the same constraint as item 4 in the table where you're replacing fewer than 80% of the coils? Or is that if you're replacing your whole heating system, then do you not get to use this exception?
We're talking about the subscript.
I would support that change. I think that's would be in line with how other gas-fired heating appliances are handled.
Okay. Harshad.
Good afternoon. My name is Harshad Inamdar, representing Ream Manufacturing. I'm glad to see Gary here, but I was wondering if in the IECC, and since this is the commercial provisions, I was looking at the Mike White proposal, and I think the COP was 1.1 for equipment rated less than 65,000, and then 1.2 for equipment rated greater than 65,000 BTUs per hour. I think that was the last, the final action from the IECC commercial consensus committee.
Thank you. So you're recommending maybe this is 1.1 at 17F outdoor?
Yeah, could I,
That's right.
through the chair, could I maybe respond to Harshad there?
Please.
He is correct that the proposal from Mike Wake was basically a heat pump primary proposal. And it addressed both electric and gas heat pumps. And the gas heat pump requirements were 1.1 and 1.2 respectively at 17 degrees, above and below 65,000. And the reason that Mike picked 65,000 is that's kind of how it's split for electric heat pumps, but they're not split that way for space heating, for gas-fired space heating heat pumps. So I guess my suggestion would be COP of 1.1 at 17 degrees, I think would be a reasonable level. It's certainly higher than 1. And the rating at 17 degrees, that same heat pump at 47 degrees would probably be 1.4, 1.5, somewhere around there. So to try to be more consistent, I think COP of 1.1 at 17 degrees is a reasonable level. Most can reach that. The gas engine heat pumps actually cannot, but the gas absorption heat pumps can. So I think that's a reasonable level to put there, and I think fairly energy efficient.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we've workshopped this decently. Anybody want to make a motion on it? Eric?
Sorry, can we look at footnote A? Because footnote 8 requires replacement of equipment type, the same type or higher efficiency and the same or lower capacity. Is this getting constrained by A, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out. So I think that applies to everything in the column.
So footnote A is not necessarily on this measure, is it? Or does it apply to everything? Okay, it applies to everything. I guess what's your point, Eric?
I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, this isn't yeah, I guess it's not constrained by that. It's a different equipment type, but it would meet the efficiency. So I guess I would interpret that it's okay. Sorry, I was just trying to work through that.
Oh, it's good. It's good. All right, Lisa.
Yeah, actually, this footnote, I'm trying to remember if I put together a proposal about this. This footnote actually throws me because it says includes replacement of equipment with a unit that is the same type or higher efficiency and the same or lower capacity. It's like there's missing some commas or something. Like includes replacement equipment with a unit that is the same type or higher efficiency. Does anybody else confused by that language? And I don't know if this is a proposal to fix it in, but it does affect when this table can be used.
Yeah, let's not workshop it today.
Okay, well, this language is definitely a problem. I guess I'll just put it that way.
Okay.
It says yeah, and so I don't know if there's another proposal that fixes it, but maybe this is something to bring to the attention of the MVPE committee. Yeah.
We'll put it in my notes, and if anybody wants to come up with better language, we can address it next in 2 weeks or at the MVPE.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anybody want to make a motion about this proposal?
I move to disapprove.
Okay, Dwayne has made a motion to disapprove this. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second for this. Going once, going twice. No second. Okay. Anybody else want to make a motion?
I move to approve as shown on screen.
I second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Lisa, your hand's still up. I assume you meant to take it down, but. All right, we have a motion to approve and a second for that. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No?
Okay, I heard a lone dissenting voice. So that, well, I'm not gonna ask for a roll call, so that was approved. 257 as modified was approved. Thank you. We are off to Larry 289. You did your sleuthing?
Well, I did a quick one. I'd have to go back to the manufacturer to get some of the other stuff and to National Weather Service, but the accumulated, it says maximum anticipated snow level. We faxed it to Krista, 2 pieces of information that I could get in this quick a time. And the drawing shows the maximum anticipated snow level. And then I got information from heating.com, which is a place where we go to get stuff. And it said that the average maximum snow depth accumulation is indicated by the National Weather Service for a 10-year statistics for the installation and location geographic area. And so that's where the manufacturer, this is taken from Lennox, the other picture that shows 12 inches above anticipated snow level. This happens to be for a vent, but it's the same for all rooftop equipment too. And so I'm just trying to get the rooftop equipment up out of the snow. So if we want to put some more insulation on the roof, that's usually where they put it nowadays. We have the room to do it. So if you put a 6-inch curb on the roof, which shouldn't be the code anyway, but if you do, then there's no room to put any insulation to speak of. So that's why I wanted to raise the rooftops up. You can buy standard curbs to 2 feet from all the manufacturers. And so you people in Seattle, you don't need a 2-foot curb there, but you should have enough height above the roof so that you can put some additional insulation when the roof needs replaced. And that's all I'm trying to do here is make room for additional insulation on the roof.
Yeah. Larry, I think what we need is we need a reference standard, so a code official or applicant could look up somewhere, and I just Googled what you talked about, and I couldn't find any.
Well, I just Googled it and got it. This is right in all your manufacturers, the 12-inch maximum average anticipated snow level is, you're supposed to be 12 inches if you look at the drawing. And
Yeah.
that's in all manufacturers installations. It's a requirement. So if you have no snow, I guess you wouldn't. If you were down in Arizona someplace where you don't have snow, imagine you set it right on the roof. But even in Arizona, you're still going to probably want to put insulation on your roof to keep the heat from coming in one way or the other. So, I mean, I can do further research with the National Weather Service and get something from writing, but that's not going to happen today. That'll probably take me at least a week.
Yeah, I think we need to reference a standard or like a way of looking it up, and I'm trying to follow your breadcrumbs and see if I can find something. And
it was on heatinghelp.com. That's where I got it. Was heatinghelp.com. And then we went to, I just plugged in anticipated snow level. Anticipated snow level.
Okay, I guess what if we just simplified this and said 24 inches in 5B and 12 inches in 4C? Would that be?
That's fine. If that's what you want to go with, that's better than 6 inches. It only cost about $100 more per curb to put the extra height on there.
It's way deeper in Cle Elum and less deep in Yakima, so it's a little bit loose. But right now, what Larry, it just says 17 inches. Or, oh, that was what your first proposal was.
Right.
No.
Do you think that it would make sense, instead of just saying minimum R50 insulation, to say 10 inches plus the 12 inches above, plus?
If you're using blue foam, Dwayne, you can get there with 10 inches. But if you're not, you know, some of them are using the white foam, and the white foam is only like R4. And I thought we're trying to achieve an R50. That's why I said that. I thought that's what our goal was to get to an R50.
You can also get there with 1 inch if you're using the vacuum insulated insulation. I know that's ridiculously expensive and very few people do, but
yeah,
you can get there with 1 inch of insulation in R50. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it's vacuum insulated panels. So they're vacuum. Chell probably knows well about those. They're ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, I don't see anyone ever doing that. Like,
on a roof?
It's happening in New York. A lot of those manufacturers are based off on the East Coast, but it's really, really expensive.
Mm.
Anyway, I'm trying to get to a resolution on this. I think we either need to reference a standard or a hard specific number. Harshad.
Yeah, this is Harshad Pinamda representing Ream Manufacturing. Was the question of how to calculate maximum snow depth by location? Was that the question?
That's the question. Is there a standard?
Yeah, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, if we Google NOAA US climate normals, the website provides like annual. So let's say for a period 1991 to 2020 or 2006 to 20. So depending on if we choose 15-year, 30-year period and choose location, and I mean filter by state first and then choose a weather station, the table provides like an average snow depth.
Harshad, that's for ground snow, right? Is there
That's right. Yeah, that would be for ground snow. Yeah.
So do they provide a factor for rooftop? Because I know it's much lower for rooftop because the wind blows it off.
Just to answer that, you get the ground snow. There's a formula in the structural that gives you the roof snow. It's a piece of, and that gives you based on its CCB, importance factor, things like that. You can actually calculate it from the ground snow what the height would be.
Right, they do that with the weight, but I haven't seen it with the depth.
Why don't we just go with 2 feet? I mean, that covers us over here probably. 2 feet or more. How about that? 2 feet or more in our area. I don't think you need that in Seattle. What do you think, Dwayne? I mean, you know, do you guys get snow I don't think you get snow on your roofs down there, do you?
At the extreme, we might get 8 inches, but most winters we're lucky to get 2.
So in the 10-year average, that's what this is claiming. It's a 10-year average is what you're looking at. So I'm just trying to get them up off the roof enough so we can get insulation around them and do a good job. That's all I'm trying to do here. So I'm willing to take anything you guys want to put in there. I know personally, my company's gonna go with 24-incher ones.
Is that
But
24 inches above the R50 or is that just 24 inches total?
total 24 inches total, because like Dwayne says, if I put the R5 blue pink foam on the roof,
Yeah.
I can get an R5, so that gives me 10. So actually, I'm probably a little bit above it. I probably got 12 inches sticking out of the roof when they get done insulating.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our places over here, they don't have any insulation in the roofs. It's just a reality.
So if we said 12 inches in 4C and 24 inches in 5B, maybe that's a decent compromise.
You know, maybe we say that minimum. So if they want to go more, they can go more. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think we just put a minimum of um um
That keeps the heat pump vanes out of the snow, because if the heat pump can't defrost and get that water away from itself, it just keeps building right up the coils, and then you don't have nothing. And it doesn't take too long either. Once the first time that it doesn't completely defrost, then it starts building and you can't stop it. It just accumulates one after another, even though your cycles are.
just so this is technically correct, right now it says R50 insulation plus 12 inches or 24 inches. And what Larry, you're suggesting is we want a total of 12 inches or a total of 24 inches.
Right. I mean, if they
Okay,
want to put
minimum
that
three.
super expensive R50 insulation on in 1 inch, I guess you could put less. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah. I think we want to save people costs in the future. So
Yeah.
I think we have something that's not completely horrible on the screen. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused. Does this need to be in code? Because like I heard Larry say that that's part of all of the manufacturer's installation guidelines anyway. So like, shouldn't people be doing this as a best practice, whether or not it's mandated by code? I guess my question is just
What
first of all,
Larry's
like,
saying is that right now, if there's no insulation on the roof and you put a new piece of equipment on there, you might put it 12 inches above the current roof. But as soon as you put insulation on there, now you're only 6 inches above the roof.
Right. We're trying to give a future. So we
so this is a future proofing provision
it's
future installation renovations. Okay, I'm sorry. I
because
I misunderstood the base issue.
You probably won't insulate it until you put a new roof on it. That's probably what's going to happen.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
But what's occurring to me right now is that it's actually should be a mechanical code provision, because that's where they talk about curb heights, and people they might never find it over here in the alteration section of the energy code.
Well, at least it's here.
The reason why I thought it was energy is because it's there to give you more insulation, Dwayne. That was the whole point, was to get us more insulation on our roofs.
Go ahead, Eric.
I think you need the measured from top of curb to the top of roof deck. Otherwise it doesn't, yeah, what are you measuring to? Are you height of existing roofing or yeah, the planned roofing? I don't know. So got to have some data point for how tall the curb is.
Unstrike that bit that Krista has in there.
Well, I had measured from top of curb to top of roof deck. I thought that's what.
Yeah, it just got struck. We want to keep that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Andy.
Well, but I mean, not all roofs are going to have insulation above the deck eating into that roof curb height. Does that matter?
But they might in the future, right?
Well, I mean, this is going to apply to even stuff with like sloped roofs where you never would.
I don't know. We got a lot of slope roofs here that don't have any insulation underneath them.
But I guess my point is, if you were going to renovate those buildings, wouldn't you put the insulation inside?
Well, how do you do that after the drywall and everything's all put in? And I guess you could maybe go in and foam them with a small hole, but most of them won't do that. That's why I thought it's best just to slap it on the top. And a lot of them don't have any ventilation either.
Kailash?
Can we say when they don't have insulation under the roof, present, then they should make it for future purpose? When they re-roof or do something and put more insulation, they have opportunity. And I think a lot of time people do ask for a waiver for equipment that they don't have to raise when they try to re-roof and put extra insulation. So I think this is a good one. We can say when they don't have insulation and then they are trying to put it, they can completely cover rather than partially covered. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. Okay. Does anybody want to make motion on this?
I'll move to accept.
Is there a second?
Can I second my own?
Yeah, of course.
I'd second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve as modified on the screen. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes after lots and lots of workshopping and many meetings. Thank you, Larry. We are on to 227 Clipper. So it's usually been someone else. I'm forgetting your name right now. Is anybody in the room to talk about 227?
It doesn't look like Jeff is here either.
Yeah, Jeff. Okay, we'll move on to 293 Rose now. Lisa.
Yeah, this is similar to the other things we've been talking about today and with regards to exceptions, except that these are the exceptions under the surface water heating equipment section. And so this is the same language that had been proposed earlier about an unexpected appliance failure, which we've talked at length about. So I'm not sure how, my proposed 1.1, how that would be applied. And perhaps it's already been covered in another proposal, so that part I'm not sure about. If you scroll up, Krista. And also this takes into consideration, Dwayne's proposal too. So again, I'm not sure if these are details that could be folded into Dwayne's, but in item 1.2, if we did retain the replacement of small water heating equipment, that's what's currently in the code right now, which is electric water heaters with an input of 12 kW or less, gas storage water heaters with an input of 75,000 BTUs, and gas instantaneous that are input of 200,000 BTUs or less, that we would require that equipment be at least Energy Star rated. And that's my proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
I'll move to accept Lisa's proposal.
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. We have a motion and a second. Larry, go ahead.
The only thing I see a problem, I like it, but I don't know if you can get a 12 kW Energy Star appliance, honestly. I mean, you can get a 6 kW, but I don't know if you can get a 12 kW because you went into the commercial realm. You're in fully commercial on the water heater side. And I don't know, I don't think that they give Energy Star ratings for that. If you could give me one week, I can call the manufacturer, but I don't think anybody does that for 12 kW. I would love it, but I don't think anybody does.
So are
That's
you
the
I'm sorry. Are you proposing then that that would be okay, but just at a lower KW level?
well, I'd sure like that 12 kW. I mean, because that would cover us a lot in the summertime, but I just don't think I don't think Energy Star does a rating for anything over 6 kW.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that correction.
I'm not 1,000% sure, but that's, I'm just got that feeling that, and I'm pretty knowledgeable on that stuff, but
Yeah.
I'd like to take a day, bring this back to double check that. That's all I'd like to say, if that's possible. I mean, I'm all for it, but I don't want us to include something that's not possible.
So just to be clear, that's existing language. This proposal does not propose to modify that 12 kW.
I thought it was underlined. It says, provided the new energy appliance is Energy Star rated.
Yeah, that's
Oh, okay,
that's
yeah.
a just
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Can Reem weigh in since they're on the call? And do they have?
Yeah, if they would be a great one if they're on the line.
Hi, yeah, this is Harshad Inamdar representing Ream Manufacturing. Yes, so service water heating appliances. So the 12 kilowatts distinction that's really that distinguishes between like consumer water heaters and like commercial water heaters. But yeah, I'm looking at the Energy Star product specification for commercial water heaters. This is version 2.0, and so the definitions are storage type unit. So it's gas fired storage with an input rate greater than 75,000 BTUs per hour. Commercial heat pump water heaters with a rated electric power input greater than 12 kilowatts.
So
And then
maybe
yeah.
they do then.
So provide, but but this is C, so this is commercial provisions, right?
Yeah,
So
it even though it's commercial, these smaller water heaters, you'll see them in like group R2.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So then that's okay because okay. So then what I understand. So we're trying to say apply this section to like consumer water heaters installed in commercial buildings. So then the threshold values are correct because it's 12 kilowatts will distinguish between consumer and like commercial or industrial water heaters, electric. So that's okay. Then the input rate of 75,000 or less, that's gas storage. So that's again consumer side. And then instantaneous with an input rate less than 200,000 BTU. So that's again consumer side. So the three thresholds are all, they will capture consumer water heaters that are regulated like under EPCA, but not EPACT, but yeah. So and there is an Energy Star program for covering these ranges.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right,
Yeah,
Eric.
thanks for the information.
Eric, you're up.
Yeah, my comments in regards to item 1.1 and same type. There could be an instance where you want to replace it with a higher efficiency appliance of the same type. I'm assuming most code officials will allow that, but I'm wondering if we just change same type with, to say something like same site energy source type. So you're basically saying it's a similar appliance with the same, but you could provide you could go from a tank water heater to a boiler and separate tank, which is a better installation. It gives you a little bit more flexibility. So
That would be friendly. I mean, the point is we're trying to have an exception that, again, if you have an unexpected failure, and we've heard today from other experts on the tag that sometimes equipment can be difficult to get, that you can have a like for like, but that doesn't mean that if it's something similar, I guess the question would be like, when would it then tip over into all those other proposals that we've covered that address this more directly? I'd have to look at all the proposals together to figure out like what's the best way to word it, but.
Yeah, and I think usually when we word this, it's, if we didn't want to use same type, we would say the rated capacity does not exceed the capacity and the efficiency is equal to or greater.
Yeah, but we don't want to say that efficiency is equal to or greater, because then we're pointing backwards to whatever the efficiency was that equipment had. We want to say it. That's why my language doesn't say anything about efficiency, because it assumes that you have to meet code minimum efficiency.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I removed that language. And we have that in other places in the code, which I've mentioned, I think is problematic.
So yeah, I guess my proposal would be to change it to say same site energy source type.
Fuel type? Or, I mean.
Well, it could be electric, it could be heat pump, it could be anything.
Same, the words you said didn't sound like a term I'm familiar with. Same site energy source type.
I don't know, yeah.
Same energy source.
Same energy source then, yeah, same energies.
Okay.
Is there, I'm trying to think if there's any unintended consequences to that.
That makes it electric resistance equivalent to heat pump.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to get what we're trying to do here.
You could say same energy source of equal or greater efficiency.
We don't want to say that either, because you would have to say meeting the minimum performance of table C404.2, right?
Yeah, we'd have to get into the weeds on all of that.
Use the word equivalent instead of same type.
New appliance set is replaced with an equivalent new appliance.
Yeah, something like that. Because then equivalent, you could, as a building official, you could rate that says, oh, you're replacing with an equivalent one that was there.
That might be better.
New appliance that is an equivalent type, or an equivalent new appliance.
New appliance.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Further thoughts on this one? Does anyone want to make a motion?
We already had a motion. I made it, and I think Dwayne seconded. And yes, this is friendly.
Okay. Dwayne, friendly? I muted you, Dwayne, because I heard some background noise, so you might have to unmute yourself.
Yes, that's friendly.
Okay. All right. All in favor of approval of this one, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
Abstain.
Okay, motion passes. We are on to 270 Johnlin, and I think you wanted to postpone this one, Dwayne, but let me.
Well, I just sent actually to you and Krista a revised version that parallels what we passed a few minutes ago.
Okay, you have the floor.
So this is very similar to the treatment we just had for space heating. That this has virtually the same list of exceptions and stuff, and in fact, it overrides Lisa's recently passed exception about that unexpected equipment failure thing with a different set of exceptions. And the stuff you see in bold there is today's fix to this to make it parallel our earlier decisions from the beginning of the meeting, and I made that same correction to remove my reference to the feed subtitle in that exception you see on the screen. And this is once again saying, yeah, you can't just, you see under the stricken exceptions on the screen right now, that one sort of overarching thing that just says, yeah, you can replace anything with the same type and the same size, and you can do that forever. And this says, no, actually, you can't do that forever. You have to use this occasion to upgrade unless you meet one of those several exceptions. I should say there's one thing that kind of bothers me. I brought this straight across from the Seattle code, but I had the exceptions listed in a different order in this one. I can't remember how that happened, but anyway, they're the same ones, but they were reordered.
Brian, one question. Under the very beginning, it says utility service upgrade compliance with section C403.1.4, and I think you mean C404. We're talking water heating.
Did I transfer that wrong one over here?
Where it says C403.1.4. I think you mean C404, right? Because this is about.
Oh, yes. CO 4.2.1. CO 4.2.1. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
I'm just seeing if you included that elsewhere in this. Go ahead, Greg.
So we just passed something just like 2 seconds ago that was, in the same as included a section. Like what? I guess I'm struggling with what does this benefit provides this, Dwayne?
The benefit that this provides is that it is for making progress on energy efficiency with existing buildings. And by saying now we can't just keep replacing with the same thing, we have to use those occasions to upgrade our buildings. This is a big decision for this tag. Are we, because last code cycle we said no, kind of late in the process said no, we're going to just let anybody replace their existing equipment in kind in perpetuity. So this is a philosophically different direction that says no, we're moving towards high efficiency, low carbon future. Did that answer your question, Greg, or is it a different question?
I grasped that. I guess I was more asking why, for what was your thinking about why not bringing this up during the discussion of the last one? But I guess I'm ascertaining it's because you wanted to consider it as separate issues.
Right. I intend for this to replace what Lisa had proposed, because that's very similar to what we've got now. But there's a perfectly good chance that this does not pass, and so I didn't want to have nothing out there.
Okay. Well, I would speak against this because I think this is very, very blatantly in violation with EPCA. I mean, when you're forcing replacement of existing appliances, basically EPCA says you were required to allow the federal minimum, at least one scenario where the federal minimum, no greater than 5% above the federal minimum must be allowed. And so by enacting this, you're basically saying, nope, there's zero option to, and there's nothing you can do to go to meet EPCA. And so
That's
I mean,
that's not true. That's if you Chris, if you could just scroll back up to the main paragraph. That's what I was trying to do was just say, if you want to retain gas heating, then gas water heating, go ahead and just pick up enough efficiency credits to make it an equally efficient building.
yeah, but that's not even remotely feasible with older buildings always. I mean, so you're talking about picking up a bunch of things. You're like, okay, so now you have to go replace all your windows and add a bunch of fur out all, take off all the siding and fur out all the walls and raise up all your HVAC units on the roof to get a bunch of insulation on the roof and add some solar panels just so you can replace your water heating equipment. That's not even remotely economically feasible.
Yeah, it just shows how much more economically feasible it is to go ahead and do the heat pump upgrade. But people might have their reasons for wanting to continue to use fossil fuel, and this provides them an avenue to do that.
Thanks, Greg. I think this also clarifies some exceptions because it spends more words on the exceptions. Go ahead, Lisa.
Just a, excuse me, a couple comments. Actually, thanks, Krista. It looks like you just picked up one of my comments, which was, should the Washington State Code be pointing to Seattle? So thanks for getting
Did I leave another Seattle in there? Jeez. Sorry.
And so, but if you scroll up, so we can see, I think it was item 2. Oh, there we go. So this is essentially the same as what was in my proposal. And so
Except that it's 24 instead of 12 kW. I was convinced during the Seattle process that needed to be a higher number.
Oh, interesting. So, well, what would this then replace? Because we just approved that if they're small units, that they have to at least be Energy Star. So this would just exempt it. So
right, I
least
do like the Energy Star aspect of what we just passed.
I see. So then to capture both, we'd have to say that for the smaller water heaters, they have to be Energy Star. For the bigger ones, they don't. Again, I'm just, and it's just that first, 2.1. That
No, that's
okay.
That's a reasonable way to glue these together.
Yeah, so I suppose that you'd have to add like the Energy Star language in the main sentence, and then I guess have 2 line items for electric, where it would be for, up to 12 kW has to be Energy Star, and then greater than 12, it doesn't have to, or something like that.
Well, yeah, and merging the language between all of these things we've been talking about today is going to be its own task.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So Lisa, just to be clear, based on your proposal we just passed, that would affect just number 2 on the screen. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be my proposal that just passed requires that the small commercial equipment would have to be Energy Star, which Dwayne proposal doesn't do that. So those 2 things could be folded together.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Larry.
Dwayne's totally forgetting about every heater that you replace today that was 20 years ago is more efficient today than what it was then. So it's not like you're replacing exact for exact, because everything that was built nowadays is more efficient than what it was 20 years ago by quite a bit. So if you got electric water heater and you replace it with a new electric water heater, that water heater's much more efficient than what it was 20 years ago. And if you have a gas water heater that you replace today, everything that's available is more efficient than what it was 20 years ago. And to require people to put all this heat pump stuff in is going beyond extreme for the cost. The cost is going to go through the roof. And then you get to the point where people just won't pull the permits. They'll just put it in themselves or businesses. And because when you price this out of the market and the hit is just too much. And then it violates ECA, like Greg says. I mean, why would you want to even bring that into the conversation? Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Eric.
The reference to Washington State Electrical Code should say NFPA 70. That's how we refer to it throughout the codes.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and change the other one too then.
That can be clarified.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't believe we have a motion on this yet.
Motion to approve.
Now do.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Point of order. Since we just passed something that this would undo, don't we need a motion to reconsider and then actually coupled with this? Because I mean, it's not like we're doing an editorial change or modifying things. We're actually striking completely what we just approved. So that's a motion to reconsider.
What we're doing is we're considering lots of different proposals and some of them affect the others. And I agree with you that we should consider the interactive effects. I think the motion could be more nuanced than it is. And it could suggest that we reconcile item 2 here with the proposal we just passed.
I don't see this as being a nuanced reconciliation. I see this as being a complete replacement of what we just passed. And if it's a complete replacement of what we just passed and striking it, then that's a very different effort.
What's your proposal? What's your preference, Lisa?
Well, I think that what you have here defines it all a lot more situations. You know, per our conversation, it sounds like it would be friendly for you to add the Energy Star. So that captures item number 1.2. You're actually including individual dwelling units and sleeping units as exempt systems, which my proposal actually took that out. So your proposal is more flexible. And so it just comes down to, in the event of an unexpected appliance failure, you know, under which one of these exceptions does the particular scenario apply? It just feels like your proposal is more comprehensive, but so I'm not sure I'm in agreement with the concerns that my proposal was much more agreeable. I think yours is more comprehensive.
I would suggest then, to avoid too much complexity, that we go ahead and vote on this one, knowing that there are conflicts, and then go right back and briefly reconsider Lisa's to see what would need to be changed and what could be retained.
I think that's a reasonable approach. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second on this proposal. Let's do a roll call vote on this, and a yes vote is to approve the proposal. A no vote is to do something else.
Okay, Marty Brennan. Marty, are you there? Kim Barker, Kim, are you there?
Is Kim still online?
She's shown up in my list.
Hmm.
Dwayne,
Yes.
Eric Bedell. It doesn't look like Eric's here. Nick is not here. Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Ian Casey,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosano,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Abstain.
Lon Ritchie,
Yes.
it looks like Luke is gone. Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion carries 7-4 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Motion carries. On approval of this, does someone want to make a motion to reconsider 293 Rosenau?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to reconsider?
I'll second.
Okay. I'm going to risk a voice vote on this. All in favor of the motion to reconsider and bring back up onto the agenda, number 293, Lisa. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this. The motion is to reconsider. Bring back up 293 Rosenau. The yes vote will bring it back onto the agenda. The no vote will move on to the next one.
Okay, Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Ian Casey,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosano,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Abstain.
Lon Ritchie,
Yes.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion carries 9-2 with 2 abstentions.
Thanks. Motion carries. We are now going to consider 293 again. So what?
Should I go ahead and say what to do with it?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, my understanding now, with the two on the screen, seeing them side by side, I think that item 1.1, it looks like that's, I guess this is a question for you, Dwayne, is what part of your proposal does it pick that up? I think it picks it up in just a different way.
No,
So
there's
perhaps-
no more reference to emergency replacement or unexpected failure or something like that.
I see.
You go ahead and
Okay.
and if you you have a number of options, but one of the options is not just to keep replacing. There is no option to just keep replacing the same one that you had before.
you can
I see.
temporarily replace things when you're in a pinch, but then you have to give the code official some assurance that you're on the way towards meeting that, at least that 50% requirement.
Okay. So then to not conflict with your proposal, you would have to take out 1.1 out of mine, but retain 1.2.
Yep.
And with 1.2 replace all or part of item 2.
Can I add something real quick? This is why, before you delete that, I find that kind of getting rid of something that says with an equivalent thing is not a good idea, because in the International Existing Building Code, everything else is like that, equivalents and things like that, and all the other stuff that you have to do. I find taking that out, I mean, I think if you correlated them together would be better. I think you should have an option to be able to, if you could show to the building official or show that it's equivalent, the code already gives you that path. And I'm trying to figure out why you want to remove it. Doesn't make sense to me. So.
Right. And Hoyt, this is a major philosophical issue that we're grappling with in Washington State, is recognizing that it's dramatically less expensive and less trouble to just yank the water heater that's at the end of its life and put one in that matches that and keep marching forward. And this is requiring that we use that occasion to install more efficient equipment. And last code cycle, the TAG or the Building Code Council decided not to go that direction. I'm bringing this up this year to say, yes, we should be going that direction and making, using the occasion of the replacement of that equipment to replace it with a significantly more efficient piece of equipment.
That makes sense. I mean,
I wanted to complete, before we get to more comments, I wanted to complete what Lisa and Dwayne thought about a reasonable suggestion is for 1.1 and 1.2, and then have that be a discussion item for the tag. So,
okay. Well,
I think
what else?
Go ahead.
I didn't understand what you just said, Shell.
Yeah, I was hoping you and Lisa would be able to talk through what you thought would be, what the reconciliation of the two would be, and then have the tag discuss that.
Well, I think the direction that Lisa was already going is what I'm talking about, that we would strike 1.1 entirely, and we would modify my list of exempt systems so that it said that you could use either in my 2.1 or 2.2, it would say electric water heaters with an input. It doesn't exactly fit in there, does it?
Yeah, it does. I think what we'd have to do is are not required to comply with this section. It would be electric water heaters, would be electric water heaters that are Energy Star rated with an
Is this
input
something
of
that's going to take?
No, this is going to take less than a minute. So
Okay.
electric water heaters that are Energy Star, is it rated or listed, or what's the word?
I think it's rated, Energy Star rated.
Okay, electric water heaters.
Perhaps the guy from Ream can correct me on that. But yeah, electric water heaters with an input of 12 kW or less that are Energy Star rated. You'd have to, I guess, repeat it in all three lines. Do you see what we're talking about, Krista? And this is in Dwayne's proposal.
So I've got 24 kW, but if we just put comma and are Energy Star rated after those first two items I have on my list, that would do it, right? Or actually, the first three items.
The first three.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only problem is that,
Are we keeping the 12 kW or just going straight for the 24 kW?
well, it only
I kind of
works
want
for,
to. Oh, I kind of wanted to keep the 24 because we had a big discussion of that in Seattle, and it was pretty convincing argument somebody was making that this made sense to hold it at 24.
well, then I guess what I would say is that if we could retain that, if it's that there's a smaller one, 12 kW and smaller, it has to be Energy Star rated. But if, as we've heard, if it's larger than 12 greater than 12 kW, they aren't Energy Star rated, so we can't.
Oh,
it'd have to be a
okay.
separate bullet.
So fine, let's change it to 12 then, and Energy Star.
And Energy Star rated.
Mm-hmm. And that would and our Energy Star rated would be appended to the end of 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3.
Okay, so basically, this would turn Lisa's proposal into not adopting 1.1 from her proposal, instead adopting a modification that is what we see on the screen.
Right.
Okay.
And then Dwayne, you didn't want to retain the capacity greater than 12, between 12 and 24?
No, I think you've made a case that it makes sense in this context to stick with your 12.
Okay. Now that we have something on the screen, I'd love the rest of the tag to, provide your thoughts.
I just want to say this fixes my concern. Absolutely. It's perfect.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, White. All right, I'm not seeing hands up. Okay, someone could make a motion to pass this? Or
Motion to approve as modified on the screen.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 I'm sorry, I just caught that, Krista, you struck too much. I'm sorry, I was just checking my original proposal. I'm sorry, I know we just voted, but you struck 1.3 and that was not in my proposal.
Okay, apologies, we'll re-vote on this.
Sorry.
The voting was not
Sorry.
complete. Okay, so you're saying
Yeah.
1.3.
Yeah, retain 1.3. I did not propose to eliminate that.
But that's a complete get out of jail free card, right?
Okay, so I just checking. Which do you have one that takes care of that? I just want to make sure. Sorry.
No, this is my concern that you can say, well, we just don't have enough floor space, and you can, even though it might be that you have roof space. So we have something in there for regarding expensive electrical upgrades, and Code Official already has something general from back in Chapter 1 about technically infeasible. But if you just say, well, I mean, every engineer will say that there's not enough floor space, no matter how much you have, right? But it does take more room, and it takes, cutting louvers in the wall or putting stuff on the roof or putting it out in the garden or whatever. And so that number 3 just allows pretty much anything to qualify for an exemption.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I just had to make sure that you're right. There is something in, I forget what section in the beginning, that does give the Code Official that flexibility. Sorry,
Okay,
Krista.
so there's
Michelle.
no change to the original motion. So we
No.
were just
So
voting,
I think what we might have been, we're done then, I guess. Do you have to
well,
revote?
I think we do. The results of the vote hadn't been counted and I hadn't asked for no's. So, we're gonna revote, but Hoyt, did you want to say something?
It was just basically that item 1.3 is already in chapter 1, and we never want to put it throughout the code when it says that, because you already have that restriction and it gets very complicated. They've been doing that in all the other codes too, taking those, when determined by the code official. That's already in the very administration section. So anywhere you see that, it should always be deleted because it's already in the code.
Thanks, Hoyt.
That's great. Thank you, Toy.
Okay. The motion is to repass 293 Rosenau as modified, to correlate more closely with proposal 270. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Abstain.
No,
I heard one no and one abstention.
I'm a no as well.
Okay, 2 no's. All right, we're gonna do a roll call vote on this. So if I hear 2 no's, I'm going to do a roll call vote. So the motion is to pass 293 as modified. That's a yes vote.
Okay, Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Sean Vick,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Ian Casey,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
no,
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes. Sorry.
motion carries 10-3 with no abstentions.
Yep, that's what I heard. Okay, motion passes 10-3. We have a half an hour left in our session today and 5 more proposals. So buckle up. We'll see if we can get through them. So we're on to 150, Lisa proposal as well. $150 is another one, change of space, occupancy, conditioning, section 505.
Okay, so this proposal, it coordinates the IECC language with the Washington State Energy Code language regarding what level of existing building systems shall be upgraded to comply with the current code. So what prompted this is, we've gotten questions where, say, a project is undergoing a change of occupancy and they're not touching some systems, and those systems actually would meet the existing load. Does that project really, do they have to take that existing equipment, pull it out and put something new in just to, meet the current code? And so if you scroll down, Krista, what happened with this is that the IECC tackled this in a much more comprehensive way, but it was kind of conflicting with the Washington State Code, and we chose to adopt that, but they didn't blend very well. And so that's what I'm trying to do here is is say, okay, well, let's take advantage of what the ICC did and we'll keep what makes sense in our code and then take out the rest. So for the change in space conditioning, the language that I'm proposing is that you have to, the space undergoing a change in space conditioning shall be upgraded to comply with all applicable provisions of this code. And then it cleans up the language here with regards, it's unconditioned to low energy, semi-heated, shall be altered so the space no longer complies as semi-heated, and clarifying some of those details, and scroll up to the occupancy. But the language I'm changing is that to all applicable provisions of this code. That's the language that I'm changing it to. And now if you scroll up past this, all the envelope stuff down here. So this is where the IECC language came in. So stuff there. So where it says energy use intensities, that's the IECC language. I'm proposing to strike that part of it and then add a new exception that says for a change of occupancy alteration, existing unaltered mechanical systems serving the alteration area are not required to be upgraded to comply with the current code, provided the alteration complies with all of the following. And this is where I'm pointing to the tables that are in the IECC, so that if it doesn't change the energy use intensity rank, then you don't have to bring that equipment up to the current code. And I made that exact same change for building mechanical systems. Scroll up. Service water heating systems, lighting systems. Keep scrolling. You can keep scrolling. And then I added a similar exception, pools and permanent spas and refrigeration systems. And then this change of use language lines up with the definition proposal that we passed earlier today. I forget the number, where it makes it clear that whether there's a use, where the use of the space is changed from one type to the other in the lighting tables, then you have to upgrade the lighting and you have to upgrade your ventilation. And that's my proposal.
Go ahead, Greg.
I move to accept.
Second.
Thanks, Greg and Dwayne. We have a motion to accept and a second. Is there further discussion, questions, concerns? Okay, all in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. We're off to 185, Johnlin, Dwayne. Also about C505.
So while we're getting this queued up here, this is clarifications for of language for change of occupancy and change of space conditioning. I don't think I conflict with what Lisa has done, but Lisa, let me know. But it clarifies that both change of occupancy and change of space conditioning trigger C406 credits and renewable energy credit requirements. These are responses to questions that have come up over and over in enforcement up till now. I just, for each of those modifications, I gave a title to it so that it's easier for people to spot what they're looking at. And it clarifies that if you're using that UA envelope requirement, that it's just the UA for the envelope. Everything else in the building has to comply with code if you take that route. It clarifies a bit about what a change of space conditioning is and what to do with buildings that include more than one category. Clarifies that either the area undergoing the change in space conditioning or the overall building could be used for compliance. You have your choice, either or. And finally, add the provision that vertical fenestration doesn't have to comply with the current code if the fenestration area does not increase. So these are all things that are basically the way we've been interpreting the code. So I don't see them as new code requirements.
Thanks, Dwayne. There are sections where you're striking out things that Lisa had modified in 150.
I don't think so, actually. I guess we could go through it, but my view was this proposal was complementary.
Okay, I was looking at the second paragraph that's stricken, but that you had modified a few words in. And then I don't know, right?
So
it may not conflict, but it certainly covers the same.
The paragraph that was stricken, it's all that same information is maintained, but it's just put in what I think is going to be a layout that is easier for people to comprehend.
Okay, if you think they're relatively reconciled, I'll take that as that you've thought through this. Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, that was a residual hand, sorry.
Okay, White.
This one, this is what for the principal engineer city Tacoma. Yeah, I agree. This is a good change. Does clean it up. We've had this question come up before at Tacoma, and we've interpreted the same way that it's actually laid out here. That Dwayne or Lisa, I'm not sure who actually put it all through, but I'm in agreement with this. I'm in agreement with this change, or this the way they're doing it. We're interpreting it that way.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this one? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to Benamura. Are you? It looks like you're here.
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, my headset has not been working well today. So this proposal is to provide two additional exceptions to C 503.5.3 for change in occupancy requirements under item 2. So for group R dwelling units, adding an exception for spaces that are committed or converted from group R sleeping units to dwelling units. And then the second exception is, and Krista, I believe I submitted a revised version of this, and I think it was on the website information.
It should say V2 in the title.
I've got it. I just clicked on the wrong one on my list. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. And so the second exception there is for buildings or spaces that were permitted under the 2009 or later Washington State energy codes are not required to be brought to full compliance with and shall comply with the sections C406, 408, 411, and 503. However, based on just the previous item that the tag looked at, that might be in conflict with the main section requirements that were omitting C503 compliance from this section. That's my understanding. And the background to this is to allow for easier pathway for spaces to be converted for dwelling units to make it easier for projects and developers to find creative ways to provide additional housing within the state. So with the way that the code was currently written, that previous changes notwithstanding, it was a pretty big barrier where changing to group R dwelling units would trigger a lot of difficult code requirements. And if the space is already fairly functional, especially if it's already serving group R sleeping units, then it would definitely make sense that it could accommodate a dwelling unit occupancy without too much change, except for those systems that really do need to get changed. All right, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Dwayne.
Yes, this does align nicely with City of Seattle requirements. I would like to see and C503 at the end of the red section stricken, because, and it's typically going to be the case anyway, because when you're converting an office tower to residential, the existing systems don't work. You're going to need different water heating and different space heating in there. So I don't know if you consider that Ben a friendly amendment, but the idea that those are likely to be brought up to code anyway.
Yeah, and I guess to be clear, the sections mentioned here are the ones that shall still be required for the conversion. So as you had kind of indicated in the previous change we just looked at, for that section, that would be a requirement of this section. So I think that is fine, since it's now carried in that language above.
And the real great thing about doing this is that it's saying you've got a building that's less than 25 years old, so the envelope is not that bad. You can leave the envelope the way it is and still convert it to residential.
Thanks, Wayne. And Chell, I think you're muted.
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ben, for this proposal. I think I like this proposal a lot. Only suggestion I have is that I don't know why you have full compliance as italics, but one of the upgrades that was in my 150 proposal is that I changed the language from brought up to full compliance with this code to upgraded to comply with all applicable provisions of this code. That was kind of a key point, and that is the same language that the IECC uses now. Because a lot of folks will say, well, what does being brought up to full compliance with this code mean? And so I don't know if you would accept that as friendly to change that in your proposal so that it matches. And perhaps that would just get folded, but your exception uses that older language.
It's also full compliance is in the very first sentence of C505.3.
Yeah, my proposal changed that.
Change that. Okay. So this would
Yeah.
be in line with that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree that should be aligned, with the C505.3 language.
Yeah, so Krista, it says it's upgraded to comply with all other applicable provisions of this code.
All other provisions or all
all other applicable provisions?
No, all applicable provisions. So upgraded to comply with all applicable provisions of this code.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ray.
Yeah, what I wanted to mention, if you're not aware of it, maybe you are, but I was just reviewing legislation that was passed by in this last session recently, or to be signed by the governor momentarily, that relates to this. Basically, I mean, we can go back and check, but this proposal is consistent, as I recall. I don't have it in front of me right now, with a bill that was passed this session.
Okay, we'll check that out and make sure it complies. Thanks, Ray. Okay, anyone want to make a motion with this?
Motion to approve is modified.
Second.
All right, thanks. I see no more hands up. All in favor of the motion to approve as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. All right, motion passes. We have 2 left on the agenda, 151 rows now. So Lisa, you have the floor again. And you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Lower my hand.
Happens to
Yeah,
everybody.
too many things at once. Okay, so this is one, it just kind of a standalone, and just in case the other proposal wasn't adopted. What this does is it clarifies that a change of use, it triggers the requirement for the installed lighting wattage to be brought up to the current code. That the lighting controls shall be brought up to the current code based on the new use type, because some use types require occupancy sensing controls and others do not. So it requires that. And then it also points to the IMC with regards to bringing it up to current code for the supply and exhaust airflow rates. That's my proposal.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Are any comments on this? All right, all in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes, and we are off to our last one of the day, which is Nathan Miller, who did an awesome job at comparing the Appendix A for the Energy Code. And so Nathan, it's late where you are,
Sure.
probably. So thank you for sticking around.
No problem. Yeah, so this one's a little unlike almost any other proposal we're going to consider. Basically, this is an outgrowth of a task force that myself and Brett Conway were on earlier to look at the Appendix A values. And Appendix A is where you go in our energy code to look up default envelope performance for many different assembly types when you're either doing prescriptive compliance to prove that they hit the U factors required, or when you're doing trade-off calculations to give you credit or penalty for different assemblies. What we ran into is that there were many tables that had some similar entries that conflicted. There were tables that clearly were taken straight from ASHRAE 90.1, which is a referenced standard, but maybe incomplete compared to the ASHRAE 90.1 tables. My guess is we copied it from an earlier version. ASHRAE continues to evolve, but we had never gone back and copied it, etc. So I basically went through table by table through our Appendix A, which I do have to clarify is referenced both by the Residential Energy Code and the Commercial Energy Code. So I want to be careful not to delete anything that might be important for the residential code, which I'm less of an expert on. But I went through, and basically my mindset on this was that if there's a table that is fully duplicative of something in 90.1 Appendix A, we should delete it from our appendix. It's there. You can go find it. It might get updated in the future. If there's a table that is incomplete compared to something that's also covered in 90.1, delete it for the same rationale, but then retain any table that is either unique to our code or adds information that is not covered in 90.1's tables. And again, we already have references in our code that will send you to 90.1 as a source to look up U factors. So we don't even have it, it's already an allowed methodology. And then basically my proposal language here is I went through table by table and gave you descriptions of whether I thought it should be retained or deleted. And at the end of this, I have a marked up version of Appendix A if you want to literally see tables I'm suggesting being struck. If I said a suggested table should be struck, I also struck the language that then referred you to that table and instead replace it with language to send you to the 90.1 equivalent table. We can go through section by section. I don't know the best way to handle it because it's a lengthy list of analysis.
Thank you, Nathan, for doing all that. Andy.
Yeah, agree. Thank you so much for the effort here. This is really good stuff. So just to restate your kind of executive summary, our goal with this proposal is that we're essentially removing any duplicated information so that our Appendix A is just stuff that is unique to Washington State, and then retaining 90.1 as kind of our primary source document for most of the default performance. Is that the right recap?
Exactly. And I just want to point out
Perfect.
that ASHRAE does a lot more active development of these tables than we do. So I would anticipate they're going to continue to get better in the future. And it's kind of annoying if we have to try to catch every time they're updated and bring that information over.
Yep. Thank you so much for all the work on this to you, and if there were other folks supporting as well. I'm in strong support of this. This has kind of been a regular consideration. It's kind of having multiple sources. Some of it's a little conflicting. I think this is a great cleanup effort that I support.
Thanks, Andy. Dwayne.
The downside that I'm sure somebody is going to want to bring up is that right now, if you want to use one of these tables, it's always right there in the back. Maybe it's been 30 years out of date, but it's we've had them there, and you didn't have to go try to find something on some other website. So we'd be losing a little bit of convenience. My other comment is that there are things right on the screen right now at the bottom of the screen. There are 3 items. I don't think anybody has done a strap wall in 30 or 40 years. I haven't seen a double stud wall for ages, because we're talking about continuous insulation on the outside instead of that. And stress skin panels, that's just odd because they're so highly variable. Also, I haven't seen one for ages. So I think some of these are left over from what was it called? The Better Sense, or the something sense. Anyway, from 40 or more years ago, that maybe don't need to be in there anymore.
I
Makes super
agree,
good
other than I
sense.
wasn't sure if they were assemblies that maybe might come up in residential provision projects. Maybe they're more likely to have a double stud wall. I couldn't say, so I defaulted to leaving it if it wasn't in the ASHRAE table.
Yeah, if you look at the agenda for Monday's MVPE committee, there's a interp request for stress skin panels, so.
So we have a table, but it's not even clear.
White.
I always have a problem, obviously, with standards, unless you actually review the standards. I'm in the structural standards all the time, and things like that. You really have to go through and check, assuming you've done this, that you're not removing something inadvertently. So besides the proponent bringing it here, I'm not doubting them, but I know when we do it, I work with ICC on the coder stand committee, where we have to correlate the codes. When you start deleting something like that, you sometimes have inadvertent issues that, one of them when they say, well, they don't use it anymore, that's usually not a valid reason to get it out, because maybe there is somewhere where it is used. That's just my 2 cents. I don't see the problem about keeping it in, unless they can show 100% that it's not. It's always good to not delete something without a valid reasons. Besides, I don't think it's being used anymore. So.
Thanks, Hoyt. Larry.
We still have buildings over here built that have double stubbed walls, and some of them were spacing another 3 inches between the 2x4 walls. So you're getting a whole foot of insulation. And then we're also putting 1 inch of foam on the outside. So, I can build the wall with my machine. It doesn't matter, but I would think you'd want to leave something. I think as we get closer to 2030, I think you're going to see a fallback to double stubbed walls in order to achieve what you're going to try to want to achieve. Thank you.
And just to be clear, my proposal does not eliminate that double stud wall table. It only eliminates assemblies that are already covered in the 90.1 tables.
Let's go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, the only thing, by the way, thank you so much for this effort. This is a really great improvement in all of this, because there's a lot of tables in there that I've questioned, but or table information I've questioned. So we do have one section, it's in C402, that I think it states all the different sources of information that you could turn to for assembly U factors. I forget what section that is, and I believe it points to 90.1. So, I mean, I understand Dwayne's point that it's not as convenient that those tables are, right there in our code. But I think it's clear already in section C402, I don't remember what number, that, ASHRAE is an approved source. I just don't know if it would make sense to mention that in Appendix A.
Motion to approve the way we see it.
Second.
Poppy? Okay, we have a motion to approve. And I see no more hands up. Andy, go ahead.
Sorry, just one last thought here. With the new thermal bridging components with the psi and chi factors, I was just pulling up to double check. We're just not addressing that here because we're just talking about U factors, right? Like we don't need to think about if there's other places to refer folks for default no, okay, I'm sorry. I'm talking myself through it, and we've got those descriptions and then the language in the C402 new table. Never mind.
Yeah, I agree. These tables give you kind of the base wall performance. You still have to do the psi and chi adjustments, which is kind of separately addressed outside of this.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna vote on this in a minute. Larry.
What about the masonry walls there, the concrete and the masonry? Are those tables going to stay there?
No, I suggested they be eliminated because ASHRAE has those covered as well. And honestly, the CMU and masonry tables were my biggest bugaboo because we literally had conflicting performance for the same wall type in two different tables. We had, for whatever reason, how we developed our Appendix A, duplicative, contradictory tables, which is kind of what started a lot of this investigation.
So which one's right? Did we ever determine which one's right?
Well, part of the problem is there's no way for me to determine the source of the tables that were somewhat unique to the Washington State Energy Code. I can point to the ASHRAE tables and they have source of where they came up with theirs. But so what I'm specifically addressing here, Larry, is the tables, they start at like A 103.3.7.1. Yeah, the ones that are kind of highlighted there. I don't know the origins of those, and it's not clear how they got to our Appendix A, and we'd probably have to go back through the archives. But I know, the ASHRAE tables were derived through their heat transfer methodologies.
Well, I think we should figure that out before we go on. Anyway. Are they a big difference? Or are they a little difference? Or do we know? Do we compare?
I did put together some charts back when Brett and I reported back ages ago from our committee findings. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I'll probably find it.
Okay.
We did some comparisons of the different performance you'd find depending on whether you use source A or source B.
I mean, does one of the tables recognize a gain from the block and the other one doesn't?
doesn't matter because we're going to be referencing the ASHRAE table now.
Right. I mean, they both account for thermal performance. Yeah, okay. Whoa, somebody found this really quick. Was that you, Krista?
This is amazing.
Okay. Mass wall comparison. So if we scroll down.
Could we have a motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes?
Hmm.
I was willing to let it go a couple minutes over, but I want to make sure that we're
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
Second.
okay. A motion, a second. All in favor of extending for 10 minutes, say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Larry and Krista.
Can you, sorry, it's been a while since I looked at this. Yeah. Can you scroll up again? I just want to, maybe they weren't that different.
They look about the same to me.
Actually, yeah, they do look about the same. I'm trying to remember if you scroll down, Krista, was there anywhere where we identified differences? It might have been metal frame walls where I was thinking that we'd get contradictory information. Well, I guess I take back what I said, Larry. For the spot checking we did on the mass tables, they were relatively the same. The mass wall tables.
Okay. Thanks.
Lisa.
Yeah, actually, I have a proposed friendly amendment. Krista, could you call, oh, where'd it go? Yeah, could you call up section C402.1.4.1? This can be quick. Yeah, 141. There we go. Oh, yeah, do it.
Yeah, sorry, this has some of the changes from when we were looking at all the changes to this section.
Yeah, it's 141. I think I have the right section. Yeah, it's component U factors and F factors. There we go, right there. Thank you. Oops.
It went away.
There we go, right there. Yeah, so in this section, it says U factors and F factors these values shall be used for all calculations, and it points to chapter 3 in appendix A. And then it only says for envelope assemblies containing metal framing, the U factor shall be determined. And based on one of these methods, it doesn't state in the charging statement that you can turn to ASHRAE 90.1. So I think as a friendly amendment, I would recommend that first sentence say something like are included. Let's see, typical construction assemblies are included in chapter 3 in appendix A, and have maybe a sentence that says and ASHRAE 90.1 normative appendix A. It just needs to go in that charging statement somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think I ever noticed that it was only metal framed walls where 90.1 was referenced.
Yeah, so I think and that's actually been an omission for a long time, but especially since we're now removing so many tables, I think it's important to include that in this section.
It's also mentioned in the footnotes to both tables, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure we better just be right here. Maybe we could say something like are included in chapters 3 and appendix A. U factors from tables at ASHRAE 90.1 normative appendix A are permitted or something. It's just something to put it here. Sorry, I can't come up with language off the top of my head in 2 minutes. Nathan, do you have any ideas on what we could say here?
Or the other thing we could do would be to strike the part where it talks about only metal frame assemblies get to use those other list of sources. Because I
Oh,
think
there you go.
you could use them. You could use for any assembly. You could use those other sources. They were all pretty good. ASHRAE fundamentals.
Absolutely.
So I mean,
Yeah,
just
so you,
We could just use the word approved italicized, and that would mean that the building official would be able to assure that it was a relevant table.
well, I think what Nathan just said is great. You could just say for envelope assemblies, strike metal framing. The U factor shall be determined by one of the following methods. And, one of these is just for metal framing. That's fine. And now we got them all covered.
Do you want to leave it as shall be determined? Because then,
Is permitted to be determined?
Sure. Is that friendly, Nathan?
yeah, I'm fine with that. Is it confusing that we talk about above that you have to use Chapter 3 or Appendix CA, and then here we say or all these other things? I mean, we're getting to the right place. I just want to make sure we're not contradicting. So the very first sentence of C402.4.1.
Mm-hmm.
They are
proposed
included in
construction.
Chapter 3 and Appendix CA. These values shall be used for all calculations, but then we say, but then you can also do these other methodologies.
Yeah, actually, perhaps the easier thing to do here, I don't know, we're wordsmithing in the last 30 seconds, but it could say where proposed construction assemblies are not represented in Chapter 3 or Appendix CA, values shall be in accordance with ASHRAE Handbook of Fundamentals and ASHRAE 90.1 Normative Appendix A. That's another way to do it. Or including Chapter 3. Yeah, that's fine too, Krista, if everybody thinks that that's accurate way of saying it.
It would be or, wouldn't it? It'd be either
or
ASHRAE or our appendix of CA.
There you go. Yeah. And then it's repeated in the second sentence, Krista. Where they're not represented in Chapter 3, ASHRAE Appendix 90.1 Appendix A or Appendix CA. Values shall be calculated in accordance with and then the rest is it's permitted to use these other methods. And so then you could strike item 5. Because it's captured in the table there. Oh, we did it in 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Larry.
So are we mandated then to use the ASHRAE .91 tables? I mean, are they readily available? I have them, but I mean, to other people, are they readily available, or do you have to pay to get these tables? The other thing is I don't see anything about the ACA tables here. The ACA tables have been around for forever. And there's a lot of software. I have software that use ACA tables, and the ACA tables I mean, you can build almost anything off your ACA tables, any type of wall. You just put down what it is and it builds the wall for you. And I really think that the ACA tables should be included in here. I mean, they've been used since the 80s.
I can't speak to the ACA tables. I've never personally used them. All I can say is that 90.1, the reference version, which is in our code, which is 2022, I believe, in this edition, is available free for read only online. And we already reference it because you have to use. We reference it if you're doing C407 total building performance. You have to have access to it too. So we've already mandated in other sections of the state energy code that you might need to go look at 90.1 anyway.
But I mean, really the ACA tables should be included. I mean, most heating and ventilation contractors, that's what they use. They use the ACA tables. I mean, if you're an engineer, you probably use ASHRAE 90, but most of the heating ventilation people use ACA. I mean, the duct design is an ACA design. Heat loss, you name it, it's all ACA. So I don't know how this is missed, to be honest with you. And when I can transfer in my own computer between ACA and ASHRAE, and when I get done, there's not a whole lot of difference, but there is some difference. So, and there are national tables that have been, you know, you've heard of Manual D, you know, and Manual N, and all of Manual Q, Manual S for commercial. I mean, they're nationwide tables that have been used forever. I think they need to be recognized.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Nathan, what do you think? Do you think ACA, other things are reasonable to put in here, or
I don't know. The AHJ can always accept a calculation that they deem is reasonable. I think. I don't know.
I would think everybody's heard of Manual J. Have you not heard of Manual J?
Yeah, I've heard of Manual J, but I've never used the ACA tables to do U-factor
That
calculations.
is ACA. Manual J is ACA.
It's residential.
That's residential, but Manual C is commercial. I think you've narrowed it. I mean, I don't know how many other software companies have the ACA systems in them, and that should be in our system. That's not right to narrow it down to only ASHRAE. That's just one field, and ACA has been around.
I guess my proposal doesn't limit it. I don't know.
I think it does
we
limit it.
proposed. No, it doesn't, because ACA wasn't referenced before. It's not referenced. Mine doesn't change whether or not you can use ACA. If that was getting
Doesn't do
accepted, I
roll
guess that would be.
assemblies.
Because, you know, everybody's heard of Manual J, Manual C. They should have if they're in this field. Anyway,
okay.
I think
I
huge
see
hole.
more hands up, and we're at 3:17. I'm thinking we probably need to wrap this up. We could postpone it and get to it another day with some potential modifications. We could wrap it up real soon.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to extend until 3:22. Is there a second? No, nobody's so excited about that. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of extending till 3:22, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no.
Abstained.
Okay, all right, let's keep going. Let's see if we can, we want to approve this today, disapprove it, or do something else with it. Go ahead, Hoyt.
I hope you guys approve it today. I think this makes sense. You always have alternate methods and materials. You can always use different codes by the building official to be able to accept that. This clarifies it, opens it up, it's specifically, and I think it would make it easier for designers and jurisdictions to be able to review and approve this stuff with these changes. I just wanted to give a jurisdictional input on that.
Thanks, Hoyt.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Do we already have a motion?
We already have a motion on the table.
Okay, sorry.
So there's a motion to approve. We have a second for it. Was the motion made before we made these changes? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yes, and I think I'm the maker of the motion. I consider them all friendly.
And the
And Poppy was the second.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We got through our whole agenda today. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm not going to take any more of your Friday. Thank you all, and have an awesome weekend, and I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay, great work, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Great
Joe.
job, Jill. Good job.
Thanks, Joe.